Good evening, people. I actually, I started up Rogue Trader today, and just like, yeah, let's go to Footfall. Came to Footfall and walked to the trader, and this is where I'm at. And I was like, I should probably start stream because my brain is just that much out of it today, I guess. But good evening. We are back here. Plan pretty simple. Today, this is the last time we're buying those things. We are actually uniform range uniform. Miscellaneous. Do we have miscellaneous? No, we don't have miscellaneous. Fuck. Actually. Guide for Voidsman. Note from the dock cache. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. 91 miscellaneous. Okay. Chronicle cache. So, fill out decoration with Adeptus Administratum. Why is that under notables? Hello. Hello, Alan. We need... You know what? We add those to cargo. That should be enough to put us over and not overspending. Trade. Okay, 40,000 reputation. We can have all this. We can have all that. Okay, where do we have Cabela? Cabela is there. Long time no see, Alan. How are you doing? We have, yeah, parry reduction and stuff like that. Opportunity. Looking for blue text. There. That from above deals additional 12 damage. That is a great item for her. Still missing, oh yeah. It's really good, that one. But that one's better. That one's a lot better. Yes.
Patience? My nerves are frayed. Is stream not working? What's going on? It looks weird. Okay. Now it seems okay. Yeah. Go on. In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
We are just fixing the last thing now, and then I think it's time for us to move further. We are talking to Herminius Doloroso.
The Emperor protects.
And we are hide on tradables. Sort by type. And that means we get ourselves some more stuff from here as well. This grant the wearer 5+ to parry reduction if the wearer is conviction iconoclast. All allies gain 12% hit chance against enemies adjacent to the wearer.
There will be no peace in my wake.
And now we are heading to the last point of interest for us on the map. And we will see what that holds for us. I wanted to actually get some other things up and running. But as it is right now, I am not sitting here for 4 or 5 hours.
Access has been granted to...
I am not sitting here and grinding for that many hours just for that reputation so I can get that thing.
They will see. Oh, yes.
It is
they
not
all
worth it.
will see.
Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Come on. I don't know what it is. It is something in this game. The longer you play it, the longer the loading screens are. Because it feels really in that way. Because in the beginning it's just like, oh snap. You pretty much snap and loading screen is over and you're just like, okay, yeah, that's nice. And now we're pretty much in the mid game. And it's just like, it is slow. It is slow. Okay, we are straight up jumping. We're going to the northern part of the map.
Demonic eyes had materialized and begun to slither across the walls of Crew Quarter 49. The warp jump was a success, but the Vox Master reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines had covered the deck and bulkheads in loading bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faith. Disaster. Bizarre warp sorcery has linked a demon.
Okay, now we are dealing with demons again. Yes, what is it? We're 20+ hours in and we've seen every single one of the encounters here. So I don't really want to drag it out. We have 2 demons here. We don't have anyone here. We have Doomed here. They are fire resistant. Okay, that is a good thing to take in mind because... yep.
Oh, what an amusing attempt at defiance!
You will make a suitable sacrifice.
Okay, kill those.
My vow is to serve. Insignificant value. Request approved.
Okay. Okay, that's actually an interesting thing.
Death comes in silence. As the tenants demand. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done.
As the
Pop,
Emperor
pop that,
commands,
increase
I
the
act.
fire rate, and then we just hose them
I'll
down.
do it.
A feeling of terror grips your heart.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
I would like to actually get the better bolter. To be fair, this bolter is still pulling its weight. It is still pulling its weight, no question about it.
As the Emperor commands.
The shadows start to bleed.
Such is the will of chaos.
Vengeance will be swift.
Mutant Psyker. Okay. Maybe I'm totally over leveled for this.
Tell me, and it is done.
Oh, a predictable downfall. Fate flames! Another one.
Okay.
A moving target lives longer. I can do that with the right incentive.
The stink of scorched flesh fills the air.
Don't get too cocky.
You're not fun.
It's kind of ridiculous when it comes down to it. Just the amount of extra attacks.
I hold all the
Oh
cards.
fuck! I pressed the wrong button.
To non-believers.
Doomed Fire Racer. I don't know how I managed to dodge that, but yeah, sure.
A wicked thought.
Did that actually apply a fire to you? No, not really.
A wicked thought.
What the fuck is Henrik's doing? What? 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 Oh my god.
I need a foothold.
Okay, stab him.
Another one is shattered.
Shadows are reversed for a moment.
Fate claims. Another one.
But of course.
The blood freezes in your veins.
Good work, Henrix. Good work.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, let's pick up the corpses. That's a fair amount of corpses.
Curiosity sings
Okay.
in my veins.
One over here is the only one that I didn't pick up. What? Date from newest to oldest. All of it went to cargo? Okay, fair enough. Yep. I need to contemplate which crew I'm taking with me. I know what's going to happen. We're just going to do that. I cannot be bothered. We have 28. Anything? No.
Lord Captain, according to our telemetry, we have arrived at the coordinates you specified. The
Okay.
augurs do not register any activity on the surface of the local planets, biological or otherwise, but maybe the Xenos are using their arcane technology to conceal their presence. Despite this, the augur crew managed to locate a faint signal at the system's edge. According to their data, it is coming from an unidentified vessel drifting in the orbit of a local gas giant.
Okay.
My kin could have been faced with a new threat, scavengers like pirates or something worse. If they were taken prisoner. Juliet's voice is trembling with something that could be either anger or fear. I am begging you, Ellen Tatch, let us go to the shuttle. I can feel that the thread of fate has frayed and is about to snap. I cannot miss what may be the only chance to solve the mystery behind the disappearance of my home.
Okay. Ooh. A lot of resources. What do we have here?
Lord Captain, there is an unusual cluster of binary asteroids before us, rich in rare metals and valuable minerals. They are moving in a fairly stable orbit, which suggests the possibility of constructing a mining station inside the drift.
Okay. Adamantium.
Lord Captain, reporting, our void ship has passed through a cloud of cosmic dust of unknown origin. Unfortunately, the dust particles were covered with an icy shell that has frozen into a thick sheet on the void ship's hull, blocking some of the technical vents. It will take time for the servitors to clear the ice. Until then, our maneuverability will be somewhat reduced.
Okay. We don't like that. That's not good. What do you have here? And another cache. Promethium. Okay, great. So, presumably, we are going to have her with us. So we need to actually spec her out, which... Whenever a prey is killed, all enemies in 10 radius have the prey reduced. Until the scores a critical hit, they gain armor penetration until the end of combat. That's good. Claim a name. Critical sheen. Killing any enemy with a critical hit. All allies in a 7-cell radius against the target. Increase hit chance. The bounty hunter performs a single shot attack or on an immobilized or stunned target. Kills a prey whose difficulties 4 or higher. Additional action points. Drukari equipment. My sight gains additional armor penetration. My sight gains additional dodge. Okay. Okay. Whenever the bounty hunter scores a critical hit for the first time in a round, they gain target's difficulty in movement points. Bounty hunter immediately reload their weapon and attack the closest enemy line of sight. Yes. Honestly, Xenolore, Logic, Medicaid, I don't know. Perception. You know what? Drukari equipment. I think that is probably one of the better things you can add. Gruesome kill. Heightened concentration. Athletics, sure. Perception. The bounty hunter gains agility bonus movements All prey's movement points is reduced whenever attack bounty hunter attacks exactly one target, which is marked as a prey with wild hunt. It increases the damage by 300. That is really good. Withdraw. Attacked in melee range for the first time since the end of their turn. They gain automatically dodge the attack and move one cell in the opposite direction. Okay, yeah. Awareness, logic, sure. Intelligence. What do we have that actually would benefit you? Dracari weapon proficiency allow the character to use all Dracari weapons. Yeah, sure. Piercing shot is good. Flay the bold. Guidance. Round. There, like every bounty hunter ability, I played a bounty hunter the first playthrough, is just a wall of text. Whenever a prey is being trailed, is killed by an ally bounty hunter, gains an extra turn with half the movement P. Bounty hunter cannot attack during this turn. We got him. At the start of the turn, bounty hunter day gain +2 movements for each ally adjusting to the prey. Hits an enemy with an attack, they inflict catch on the enemy. Yep. Agility. Awareness. Guidance. Whenever a bounty hunter kills a prey who's yeah. Gain additional dodge reduction equal to ballistic skill. Additional armor penetration equal to perception. Prior to all the attacks, all the prey suffers armor until the end of combat. Yeah, that's good. Deal damage. When allies take actions on extra turns given by the character, the deal. During their first turn of combat, the character has 2 additional action points. Destroyer, melee damage. 1 death dealer every round. The character kills the first enemy. Immediately make an ascent. Yep. While the operative's perspective is perception bonus is 10 or more. Yep. Awareness, I guess. You're really horrible at everything, you know that, right? Why did we take... Kill a name, claim an enemy, the bounty hunter's attack at this turn, always score a critical hit. Yep. Okay. We need to take her with us. We're taking Kybella. We get Argenta. We're taking J. Pascal. We need to leave 1 back. That's my biggest problem right now. And I think we're going to go that. Abelard, solid choice. know what? We're doing it that way. I know it feels wrong for me to removing Pascal from the party. I know. I agree with you. But honestly, I want Abelard with me. I want Agenta with me. I want Jay with me. Cabela, I just find it more interesting to have her around in most conversations because she actually gains an extra level to it because she is a death cultist. So, and Yolette, we can't really remove her because she's required. So it's plus and minuses. It's not the best thing I wanted to do. Honestly, I wanted... To be fair, I know what's going to happen, so... Yeah. I know what's going to happen, so let's just continue on. Filling up my glass, because this is going to be a long one. Just going to save there. Because why not? Can we
What
actually...
lies
No. We
beyond?
can't actually leave even if we wanted to.
The lanky, haggard-looking officer with sunken cheeks stares at you in fright. His body is shivering as if from a feverish chill and his eyes are darting back and forth anxiously.
Your ladyship rogue tea trader, what brings you to our humble ship?
Stop shivering like a leaf in the wind, monkey. Answer me, have you seen others like me in the system? If you have, tell me where, when, and under what circumstances your paths crossed and diverged afterward.
The officer's eyes widen at the sight of Juliet. His face grows even paler than before and his lips move in a wordless prayer, unable to utter a word in response.
What did you just say? Rogue trader? How would a mere officer know who's standing in front of him?
Jay's face changes and she immediately grips the handle of her weapon.
Answer when asked, you worm.
Please, don't. We saw it, yes, we saw it all.
The officer swallows, gives you a strange look, and then closes his eyes.
Emperor, forgive me.
I'm beginning to think that your kind is eager to step into our snares.
The amount of Drukhari I've killed should make you think again about saying that.
You gasp, sucking in the poisoned air, each breath scorching your insides with liquid fire from throat to lungs. Every cell in your body is engulfed in maddening pain, as if you are being doused in molten metal, skinned alive, and subjected to yet another form of torture. You hear sounds coming from somewhere far away, the moans of your people, the shuffling of bare feet, and light footsteps slowly getting closer.
Rogue trader. A long-awaited meeting indeed.
You can barely see anything through the haze of agony, but you still remember the voice well, the voice of the Xenos who devastated your capital world. Marazhi's face is hidden behind a helmet, but his tone leaves no room for doubt. He is smirking. Juliet, who is writhing in pain next to you, is barely able to breathe out.
No, what have you done?
Are you dissatisfied, my kin? I promised that you would have your precious craft world survivors. And so you will. I will take you to them. I might even be there to witness your jubilant reunion.
Cabela reaches for her weapon with one hand while trying to support herself with the other.
How could intoxicants overpower me?
I was warned that one of the Monday Key was fond of experimenting with incapacitating substances. This gas contains something prepared just for you.
With a gloating sneer, the Xenos steps on her head, pushing it into the floor with a crunch.
Juliet, you deceitful wretch.
Juliet tries to respond, but the best she can muster is a tormented groan.
What a display. Did you truly put your trust in my cousin? Did you think that, between a Monday Key and her blood brother, she would choose you?
Mara's High's laughter drips with poison.
Remember this and never forget it, you are an animal. When we have need of Monday Key, we use you. When we require something more, we turn to our equals. Just as Yearlyet turned to me.
His last words fill your head like the deafening echo of a ship's siren. The gas creeps deeper into your lungs, eating away at them hungrily, as the agony spreads down your every limb. You are suffocating.
Are you enjoying the sensation? I had this poison made for you. Who could have thought that a Monday Key would one day earn such an honor, a special gift from a dragon? But you're suffering.
The Xenos leans closer to you.
I knew the taste would be exquisite were I to add a touch of the Drukari's talent for extracting anguish. However, there will be time for that later. No matter how I wish to play with you all one after another, I need you for a purpose, rogue traitor. Kamarak awaits you, all of you. Mandrix, take them. Leave none behind.
Hours passed. Okay.
Vanguards are the unyielding strongholds of the front line. They lead attacks, bringing enemy fire on themselves and soaking overwhelming amounts of damage as well as defending and applying positive effects on their teammates. Your consciousness emerges from an ocean of darkness and nightmares, as if someone's powerful hand reached into its depths and brought you into the light. In the dark room, long and angular shadows move around and exchange remarks. One of the shadows approaches you, ripping apart the veil of pain and revealing features that look familiar to you.
You are awake, Monday Key.
Mara's High's voice is sickeningly sweet. He is looking at you with idle interest, rolling a soft and milky-colored object from one hand to the other.
Our toxin masters spared no efforts to drag you out of the induced dream. I must commend the Nightmare Weavers. The emanations of fear you exuded in your delirium are worthy of the highest praise. However, it is time to finish what you were brought here for. It is time to work for the good of the Cabal, rogue traitor.
Why am I still alive?
A good question, rogue traitor. You are my tool, you see. A sharp and narrow scalpel that I will use to cut away the festering boil on the body of my Cabal. I spared no effort to set up this performance, the witnesses, the spies, the agents, and a small bargain to guarantee the result. All that is required of you is that you quietly play your part. I will even go so far as to put you in your native surroundings, in a manner of speaking. But if I see you stepping out of your role, I will make sure that you bitterly regret it.
I might actually be able to play my role better if I actually knew what it was.
Mara's High is silent for a few moments, playing with the mysterious object in his hand.
You, Monday Key, hate creatures alien to your kind, and this hatred is fueled by primal fear and awareness of your insignificance. To us, you are cattle that exist to be butchered and to entertain us. Sometimes we use you in our little games, but to involve you filthy brutes in the politics of Kamarak, let alone in feuds between the cabals, there are few worse ways to bring dishonor to oneself and one's cabal. From the first day I saw you, I knew you were being controlled by another hand, far too experienced and flexible to belong to another Monday Key. You stayed ahead of me in Tazura, anticipated our moves, fought back with surprising skill, and I can guess, no, I know exactly, how you were able to know so much. Only one creature was sufficiently aware of our tactics and raid plans. You will help me expose her, and restore the Reaving Tempest to its former favor.
I have a secret for you. Something your spies and agents failed to uncover.
Something about the tone of your voice makes Mara's High freeze, and then come closer and lean almost into your face. His black eyes greedily devour your slightest movement and his voice drops to a mocking whisper.
Very well, I am listening, Monday Key.
Muster your strength and flash a dazzling smile. Poor fool, you were so easily deceived.
The slender fingers in the Cabalite's glove clutch at your face, the claws leaving deep scratches on your cheeks and forehead. The edge of a razor-sharp blade presses at your throat. Mara's High furiously hisses something incomprehensible. But then he releases his grip, suppressing his desire to kill you on the spot with an enormous effort of willpower. The Drukari gestures to one of the shadows near you and your head is forced backward. Mara's High brings the hand holding the strange object closer. You manage to make out translucent, glossy skin, bluish, pulsating organs beneath, and a little head with serrated jaws, before the druckery pushes the lava into your face. Sensing warmth, the creature springs into motion a moment later. As it blindly pokes at your skin, it discovers your nostril, and rushes forward, stretching the skin and tearing through the mucous membrane.
No.
Unbearable pain overwhelms you as the lava begins to force its way through the soft tissue and cartilage, each of its movements causing a crunching noise to reverberate through your skull. The creature greedily bites into flesh and moves ever upward, past the bridge of your nose, past your eyes. And then something alien invades your consciousness. Darkness clouds your eyes, but the sensation of an alien presence does not relent. This is not a conscious mind but something primitive yet unbelievably strong in its unknowable pursuit. It is crawling around in your thoughts, scratching them with its sides, and changing their shape. Perhaps all this is just a bad dream. A quirk of the intellect exhausted by endless troubles. A calumny of a mind too weak for the burden it was made to carry. A stray light dawns at the edge of your perception.
This doesn't look good. This is our ship.
You have disappointed us, rogue trader von Valancius.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
We have identified the breed of the Xenos that pose this threat and the Eldari, human ancient insidious foe. How is that you were the only soul who managed to escape the trap from Rykard Minorius? How is the truth, the rumor that the heretic Kunrad Victress spread about you? You my eyes to see me, explain yourself, Alan talked. Do my eyes deceive you? Why is there a shard of Gundrash on your chamber? I'm going to ignore any minor liberties you have taken.
You are accused of consorting with Xenos, betraying the Imperium, and neglecting the interests of humankind.
I'm way beyond that, mate. I'm way beyond that.
Pulsating strands stretch from under Cassia's headpiece, one wrapping around her neck while the others drain her life blood through her weeping eye sockets and mouth. Every exposed area of Argenta's skin is mottled with an intricate pattern of scarlet blisters, crimson indentations, and charred tissue. A passing ray of light reflects off the countless tiny blades that look like they sprouted from inside Idara's body. Kibela's skin is covered in countless injection marks. Black, tendril-like webs of burnt nerves radiate outward around each one. All of the cold trader's bones were broken, her augmented arm was ripped from its socket, and the bones of every finger on the remaining hand are twisted and sticking out at strange angles. Pascal's augmatics were separated but not extracted from his body. The places where they connect to the organic tissue teem with predatory millipedes feasting on the coagulating blood and accumulated pus. A Bellard where Syrian's limbs were amputated and then sewn back onto his body with remarkable skill and precision using human tendons.
That's disturbing.
Oh, my nerves are frayed.
The tribunal is waiting for your explanations. Come closer.
And here comes our principal witness, the rogue traitor herself.
Heinrichs gives you a cold look.
If the presented evidence was not enough to convince you, her testimony will conclude this confusing case, full of oath-breaking, lies, and heresy.
You dragged this girl into this trial and now expect someone will lend an ear to a lowly heretic's testimony. I thought better of you, Interrogator Van Calix. I was so very wrong.
Lady Theodora's voice sounds even harsher and angrier than you remember. The Lord Inquisitor makes a vaguely dismissive gesture.
Enough. Let her speak. The sooner this business is concluded, the better. Then let us continue. Shielded by the powers of the warrant of trade granted by the Imperium, Theodora von Valancius more than once allowed herself to openly collaborate with Xenos.
You have never seen such a contemptuous grimace on the interrogator's face.
She plunged her entire protectorate into apostasy and heresy, including the current rogue traitor, and went out of her way to prevent the Inquisition and me personally from maintaining order inside the Expanse. Does the rogue traitor admit to fraternizing with the Xenos, serving them as a puppet, and rejecting the God Emperor's blessed light for the sake of her heretical desires and base profit?
Willpower. Wait, something's wrong. Why are you all here? Where's Marseille?
You try to recall anything at all, but your thoughts keep swirling like a turbulent maelstrom in your head and searing pain grips your temples. Heinrich bends over you with a crooked smile.
Rogue traitor, are you all right? Or was your heretical association with Xenos so disruptive that you lost your mind?
The mocking words do little to hide his irritation. The interrogator is obviously displeased with the turn the conversation is taking. The Inquisitor leans forward slightly at the sight of your anguish. For a brief moment, the boredom in his eyes is gone.
It was amusing, but the joke has outstayed its welcome.
Theodora shoots the interrogator a nasty look.
It is painfully obvious this heretic is dancing to your tune. Her word against mine? You had lost before you even unsheathed your blade, Heinrichs.
You need not worry, dear Lord Captain. It was not my intention to bring up unsupported claims.
Heinrichs produces a data slate and skillfully manipulates the device until he locates the necessary information.
The rogue traitor has often been accompanied by a Xenos companion. And though the warrant of trade does allow one to grant sanction to individual specimens, what is this if not a confirmation of the von Valancius family's loyalty to the enemies of humanity? The rogue traitor's ties to the Drukhari, a different subspecies of Yildari, are just as obvious. Who else could help her divine the carefully prepared plans of the Drukhari if not other Drukhari? Octavia the Fire Axe von Valancius always ended up in the location of the next Drukhari raid, knowing for certain where they were going to strike.
Submit to the illusion. Before the court and the God Emperor himself, I plead guilty to all charges.
As you can see, this is a confession straight from the horse's mouth. What other evidence can the court possibly seek?
The tribunal remains silent, although those present cast anxious glances at your predecessor.
At this point, the tribunal probably wants to know what the true intentions of the von Valancius dynasty are. The rogue traitor claims she has been waging war against the Drukhari this entire time. Except, was there really a war? Or was it another carefully staged performance?
Heinrichs is looking at you closely, almost without blinking.
Allow me to explain what actually happened. Octavia the Fire Axe von Valancius personally invited the Drukhari to her worlds and then used their strength and resources to sow chaos in the Expanse to gain leverage over her rivals. It is very convenient to play the victim while working with those who rob your neighbors blind and terrify the worlds that pay you tribute. How much did you profit from this, rogue traitor? Did you think I would not uncover your pathetic conspiracy?
Enough with the circus. I did not set up the attacks.
Rogue traitor.
Heinrichs addresses you through clenched teeth.
You are destroying your only chance to make yourself useful to the Inquisition and to me personally. Do not tempt fate and do not resist the examination. Are you really saying your war with the Drukhari was not a hoax? Then how did you and your foolish subjects know the coordinates of the enemy ships every time? How did you know their targets? Do you think your expert on all things Xenos was shrewd enough to divine the carefully devised plan of the Cabal's finest? No, only other Drukhari could do that, and even then, only a few. This means you were in collusion with them. Bull-headed stubbornness does not befit a woman of your pedigree, rogue traitor. But since you have decided to deny everything, I will summon another witness. I am sure everyone will find it interesting to explore this sordid story from another angle.
Juliet silently takes a graceful step forward.
If the court so desires, my speech will run like a river and wash away your doubts. I found a shard of my home in the rogue trader's chambers. An entire craft world vanished among the stars, the only clue to its fate resting in the hands of this monkey. That was when I began to suspect that she had something to do with the misfortune that had befallen my Kritarak. Do not be deceived by her breed. There is a cunning predator lurking behind the fluttering of fragile butterfly wings. The monkey before you is a bizarre amalgamation of qualities not usually inherent in her feeble species. She has mastered the mysteries of many of this world's cultures. The secrets of the universe and ancient artifacts, the fine art of war, the intricacies of deceit, all are embodied in a single monkey, however hard it may be to believe. However, the thread that bound our paths broke the moment I realized the Monkia's involvement in the disappearance of my home. To flee the rogue trader, I tracked down and eliminated her chief tracker who has pursued our kin in this part of the galaxy for many years. And thus earned clemency before this court.
So Achilles did not simply vanish, you helped him disappear.
Heinrichs nods curtly.
I say he had only himself to blame. An agent who cannot recognize an impending threat is useless.
Heinrichs nods with satisfaction, noticing your reaction, or rather, the lack of it.
The court has been presented with enough evidence, and I hope no one is harboring any doubts as to the guilt of the von Valancius dynasty. But let us allow the rogue traitor to say her final word. We are all curious to know what you have gleaned from this inquiry.
Now I see that I have been blind. The Xenos have been fighting one another all this time, and I was an unwitting cat's paw. I'm not but a puppet in this charade. Everything that has been taking place in this trial is a vicious lie.
You try to push the words out of your throat, but they become stuck in a suffocating lump, choking you. Heinrichs notices your struggle and quickly changes the subject.
The rogue traitor is obviously stunned by the realization Theodora has been using her this entire time to impede me. Enough.
Oh, I hate him. I hate him. I do not understand why he becomes what. I don't understand how you get him in your fellowship.
After the spell is lifted, staggering pain pierces your body. Darkness clouds your vision and nausea creeps up your throat, but the wounds you managed to forget soon remind you that you are still alive.
Mirazai's race. Draken of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest. First blade to Lady Yrmeris. Eviscerator of Illyridos, Blaze of the Barkag Kingdom, and Slayer of Karoseus the Pale.
The commanding inhuman voice tears you from the vice of agony, and you see the silhouette of a Druckery whose very presence makes your innards clench.
How dare you come before the Council of Archons of the Dark City with this lesser creature?
Look at the Drukhari upon the throne.
One half of his face is hidden behind a golden mask with an intimidating visage, the other half is showing a malicious, sharp-toothed leer. The Xenos' elaborate armor is decorated with skulls and patches of human skin impaled on countless blades and hooks. He carries himself with authority and ease, as though he is a ruler who holds the threads of fate of all those present tightly in his grasp. The Xenos looks menacing. Perhaps she is the personal guard of the Druckery sitting on the throne.
Look at Marazai.
A triumphant grin erupts on Marazai's face, but the Xenos remains surprisingly composed and does not dare to interrupt the unknown speaker.
Look at Yulette.
Juliet absorbs every word, occasionally wincing in pain and covering her weeping wounds. Her posture and gestures are full of tension. Like prey cornered by a pack of predators, Juliet shrinks under the hungry stares of those around her.
With the greatest respect, mighty Nazraki, Archon of the Cabal of the Black Heart, first among the chosen, voice of the Overlord of the Dark City, bringer of demise, conqueror of a...
Nazraki dismisses Marazai like a bothersome fly.
The Council of Archons has heard enough platitudes, Draken Mirazai, and no longer wishes to. Of vitriol verbose the cut and thrust. Keep time with fate's own machinations grave. But whose deft footwork leads to naught but dust. While from its brutal finish none can save. This play, the puppet master granted me. Through murky stalls a path obligingly. The puppet master? Has Vect himself invited you to this chamber?
The Archon chokes on his own words but quickly regains his composure.
No matter. You may be our guest, Arabenian, but you are merely a spectator in this performance. And spectators do not belong on the stage, as you undoubtedly know. Do not interfere.
The stranger presses a delicate finger to the lips of his sorrowful mask and says with a twinkle in his eye.
A shadow in the shadows will I be.
Look at Altari, who interrupted the trial.
The bright motley, the hollow suit, the mask hiding its owner's face, and the graceful, subtle movements. Before you stands a Harlequin, another representative of the multifaceted Aldrai race. The Xenos catches your eye and nods. For a moment, The play of shadows on the mask appears to twist its expression into a mischievous grin.
Recall what you know about Vect.
Judging by the
Failed.
Archon's reaction, this is a prominent figure in the Druckery hierarchy, but memory fails you.
Yep.
You are not familiar with the Xenos by that name.
Listen to the conversation.
Mirazai's a race, considering the circumstances.
The Archon looks around the room and rests his troubled gaze on the Xenos in bright armor who interrupted him.
The council finds Archon Yermaris guilty. The blade of your truth cut through the shadowy veil concealing her transgressions. However,
a glint of cruel mockery appears in his eyes.
How dare you insult the council with such a pathetic complaint? You should have ripped Yermaris's heart out with your own hands and granted her soul to Vect if you wanted to atone for the mistakes of the Reaving Tempest.
Marazai's eyes widen, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He seems to have been certain of the outcome and did not expect what he is hearing now. His lips twist in an enraged snarl, hatred directed at the Xenos on the throne, and yet it finds no outlet under the gazes of the dozens of Druckery in the chamber.
To contradict my decision is to contradict the decision of Vect himself, fool.
Something in the Xenos' tone makes your heart skip a beat.
Allow me to discipline you for your weakness. Today, the Draken will lose his wings and plunge to the very bottom of the chasm. You will go to the arena to atone for your mistakes and impertinence alongside the rabble you have dragged to Kamarak. If you are a true Draken, you will rise again. If you do not, your suffering will satiate the worthy. Lay down your weapons and follow the guards. I will let you keep what little dignity you have left. This is my final gift to you, Mirazai.
The
That's what
Archon
you
nods
get.
in satisfaction and makes an unfamiliar gesture. The guards draw closer to you.
Let us return to you, Yermaris.
The Harlequin's laughter interrupts the Archon and echoes under the vaults of the chamber in a resounding baritone.
And all the masks upon their marks now stand. The slave of vanity the spire ascends. The thief and traitor cast downward by her hand. Unbeknownst to all, their fate depends upon a lead unseen, a player green. Is this how you treat the hospitality of Kamarak, Arabenian?
The Archon angrily balls his fist, the shadow of his wrath hanging over the Aldrai interloper like a thundercloud.
I thought your words were worth more. You insult me by interrupting the trial again.
The Xenos sweeps into a theatrical bow without taking his eyes off Nazraki's face.
You, Archon, speak a just rebuke, in truth. Fate's melodies and snarls fantastic have entrapped me here, and when I heard them play, I could not keep my lips from grinning wide. Here comes the hour for shadows to retreat. To where the curtain waits to rise, the laugh, with no beginning now sends forth the call.
Every range weapon in the game has an effective range and a maximum range. Its chance at maximum range is halved. Okay.
The world is an impenetrable haze of warm pain. You lie motionless. No, you rest. In the murky gloom, slowly dissolving into nothingness. Sometimes your repose is troubled by unpleasant and persistent tremors coming from the place where your legs used to be. You do your best to ignore them.
Away, you vulture, this is not your prey.
A vaguely familiar voice reaches you through the curtain of darkness, but your disobedient thoughts refuse to reveal where and when you have heard it before. Was it just recently, or 100 lifetimes ago? The trembling coming from your legs is replaced with a violent jerking motion, and then it finally stops.
From this phantasmagoria retreat, and deftly seize, my merchant vagabond. The puppet master's strings left dangling. Again rise up to take your place and dance.
A spark ignites in the darkness, and its light ruthlessly cuts through the gloom that envelops you. An ugly image of the reality around you assaults your retina. You can feel your body again and realize it is filled with pain. Your shoulder is sore from an injection.
Until I get my recap, my vital status is yet to be determined.
Alas, the bliss of death will save you not. The whirling waltz of chance and gloom you'll dance.
A prickling sensation burns your shoulder, and the darkness at last fully withdraws from your mind. Whatever the injection was, it is making your heart beat a frenzied tattoo and your pupils narrow so that you now register every detail of the disgusting place in which you have found yourself in merciless clarity.
Feel your body.
You immediately regret this decision. Every inch of your body is suffering.
Yeah.
There is a dull, debilitating pain in your head caused by chemicals of some kind. Your body is covered in deep cuts, made either for fun or with sinister intent. All of your organs appear to be intact, but the same cannot be said for your blood. You have lost a great deal. Finally, a strange gnawing spasm occasionally flares at the base of your skull. It is not severe, but for some reason it is what concerns you most of all. All your equipment is gone, as are your shoes. You do not even have a knife at hand to fend off enemies, or to open your veins.
Look around.
You are surrounded by the dead, numerous corpses, mutilated bodies and pieces thereof. Humans, druggery, and other Xenos unfamiliar to you lie motionless in this gruesome mortuary.
Look at the rescuer.
Among the shadows in the wings you lie. Where Tatar pulled the puppet master's strings.
The
Where am
stranger
I?
intricately links his fingers to mimic the tools of a puppeteer.
Look at the rescuer.
Your eyes refuse to focus on the blurry figure of the person who came to your aid. He appears to be tall, and your mind emphatically refuses to continue, for every moment of concentration causes you suffering.
I have seen you somewhere before. Who are you?
A dream obscure of death, deliverance, illuminating woe, and agony.
Where? My companions, where are they?
Not here. The roles have been decided now. But if you play your part, perhaps, the plot will draw you back together, or to doom. This overture in verse, the final lines. The merchant's time to tread the boards has come. Embark you now upon your pilgrimage. And take my parting gift, a humble prop.
The stranger deposits something in your hand and disappears into the twilight. You may have commanded multiple planets and millions of lives in your former life, but in this new reality, not even your own feet will obey you. As if to punish you for your arrogance, your disobedient limbs send a sharp jolt of pain up your body.
Pray to the warp gods for help.
For a few moments, your prayer goes unanswered. And yet something does reach your tortured consciousness after a while. The familiar feeling of an alien presence descends upon you, but when it speaks, the voices are barely audible, as though you are separated by dozens of thick walls. Sheltered in the web of souls, thirsting. Give them to me. Look for the signs, opportunities. Break down inhibitions. Destroy barriers. Find the stifler and destroy it. Let the truth permeate the dark city once more. Help you. Your bare feet feel like they are stuffed with rags and refuse to obey. You have to draw upon all your willpower to suppress the rebellion and stand upright. The pain that engulfs your whole body immediately makes you question the wisdom of this act of defiance.
In this
These
tapestry
corpses
of a
fell down
world,
here from above.
I
You
am
hear them whispering
the
about the
rogue
beauty of their long
thread.
descent and the cruelty of the impact that
There.
broke their cold bodies.
Yes! Genius!
The contents of the injector bubble
triumphs.
playfully, as if urging you to find out whether the liquid inside is poison or medicine.
Whatever the dead have, I take it.
Applaud my brilliance.
Remove the trauma. Yep. At the moment, it's impossible to remove trophies from cargo since communication with the flagship hasn't been established. Got it. Your wounds barely hurt at all. Your body feels surprising. What? What? Your wounds barely hurt at all, and your body feels surprisingly light.
Curiosity sings in my veins. Another noise.
The contents of the injector bubble playfully, as if urging you to find out whether the liquid inside is poison or medicine.
A tantalizing anomaly. There. Done.
There are so many dead people around you. How? It must be Voigtva. Damn him for what he has done to your crew.
Hands off. That corpse is mine. Don't hurt me. I've got nothing for you to take.
What if there will be no peace in my wake? What is that? Genius triumphs!
Okay, we equipped that. We need to equip that. Removes trauma. Removes bleeding, blah 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 blah. Removes fresh injury. Yeah, sure.
Your efforts are noted. Oh, what lies beyond?
Really?
Let's see. Oh, a genius at work.
Don't hurt me. I've got nothing for you to take.
Another
A
notch.
Melta bomb. There's another awareness test down here.
There! Done!
Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to save. Because we're going to need that currently. Because I know how much of
One
a
step
pain
at a
this is.
time, amidst the madness. Genius
The contents of the
triumphs.
injector bubble playfully, as if urging you to find out whether the liquid inside is poison or medicine.
Fool, you have a death wish day here. Got you.
Curious creatures. I wish to vivisect you.
Do not plead for swift death! Your last stroke of
A wicked thought. Let's see.
We are the bane of legend.
Pain is but an illusion. Another one is shattered. The jaws of oblivion yawn wide. My appreciation. A predictable downfall. Through the smoke and gunfire.
Yeah, I don't have any gear. Come on.
A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes within schemes. Another one is shattered. In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
This fresh corpse has your face. Its killers are standing nearby and you had better steer
Everyone
clear of them,
applaud
seeing as they
my
have already
brilliance.
succeeded in killing you once.
You say that, but I murdered everyone. Dodge, grant agility. Okay. Okay.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will
Okay.
see.
Hmm. Okay. What is
The
this?
dead man grins condescendingly, beckoning you to take a place beside him. He has this life figured out. The barking of weapon discharges becomes Theodora's disapproving grumble. Do you consider that to be the face of a rogue trader?
Okay. To the pit. Okay. Last time I failed so horribly killing those 3 Eldari. This time I just walked through them and just killed them. That's how it felt anyway.
Patience.
The den
Why,
you have
that's
found yourself in
afraid.
is filled with heady smoke, and the walls are lined with living shadows. The center of attention is a snake-like Xenos. He is engaged in conversation with a pale, harried-looking Druckery and pays you no mind, much like everyone else in here. You have heard of this breed of Xenos, the SSLYTH.
Sliff.
These creatures can often be found in the entourages of powerful Druckery lords, where they serve as bodyguards and champions. They are just as depraved and vicious as their masters, but theirs is a more primitive intellect and they are driven by baser needs.
Serve in the room.
Everyone gathered here is armed. They all bear scars, and some even have fresh wounds. You notice a few humans among the Xenos. They clamor in a mishmash of tongues, and their laughter rings with lunacy and bloodlust. The air is thick with an all-pervading sense of doom.
Observe the scaled Xenos.
The leader of this gang is powerfully built. His scaled hide is reinforced with engraved metal in several spots. His long tail coils around and around as his snake-like head sways gently from side to side. The Xenos is enjoying a state of blissful relaxation. His companion, the gaunt Druckery, is looking at him obsequiously. Her entire body is adorned with hundreds of embedded steel beads and thousands of red injector marks.
Address the leader. May we speak?
The snake-like Xenos either fails to notice your presence or is simply ignoring you. Iridescent eyelid membranes slide over his eyes, momentarily shuttering them, no doubt a telling look among his kind. Without deigning to look at you, the cadaverous Druckery mutters.
Malice wants you to disappear, pathetic whelp.
Tear out the Drukhari's throat and start drinking her blood.
Before anyone can react, you seize the scaled Xenos's companion and sink your teeth into her neck. A pop, and a fountain of scarlet blood gushes over your face, while the Druckery gurgles in astonishment. You greedily gulp down the hot red liquid, staring into Malice's eyes, and you sense warmth spreading euphorically through your body. Malice watches spellbound, frozen like a small animal that has sighted a predator. Try as he may to hide it, you can sense the fear rolling off him in waves. When you have slaked your thirst, he slowly says,
You are one twisted bitch. What do you want?
I wish to return to my domain. No, I need a healer.
And what will you give me in return?
I wish to return to my domain of the Kronos Expanse.
Ha. Many dream of that. And how do you imagine that would work? You think I'm going to take you there in my void ship? I don't have one.
Shall we discuss this later? We shall discuss this later.
The little strength you had left in your body has run out. You collapse to the floor, and the darkness that nearly extinguished your mind permanently envelops your vision once more. Through the drumbeat of your heart, you hear Malice's voice from somewhere far away.
Patch up the human link. She has character. I like those ones.
Sensation slowly returns to you. Your body is still in pain, but you are no longer on the brink of death. Your wounds have been crudely closed with metal clamps, and your throat is pocked with injector tracks, as though you have been wearing a neck pillow of needles. The one who rendered this first aid to you was certainly not a qualified chirurgeon, someone who would typically be permitted to minister to the person of the illustrious rogue trader.
It looks like you're back with us. I don't know whether to offer my congratulations or commiserations.
The scaled Xenos looks at you without the slightest deference.
I owe you one. What is your price?
Straight to business, I like it. You truly do owe me, but we will discuss that when you are no longer lying on the floor like a scrap of dead meat.
As soon as you stand up, you are seized by a strange sense of unreality. It is as if you are still there, in the wicked darkness, and everything around you is merely a twisted mirage. Doubt seeps into your mind like a poison, sundering its contact with your body. You have to make a deliberate effort to hold on to the thought that you are you.
What, is your mind maggot giving you trouble? I saw it latch onto your spinal cord when you were being patched up. A fat, well-fed grub it was, with lots of teeth. It's dying now, they have a short lifespan, and that means its poison is especially toxic. You'll lose touch with reality from time to time, and when the mind maggot dies, the final dose of poison will make you think your body is not your body at all. And then your heart will just stop beating. I could have pulled that thing out of you, of course, but I thought, why should I? Consider it a guarantee of your gratitude toward me. When you've earned your healing, I'll release you from it.
The lipless mouth stretches into a bloodthirsty grin.
Or you can reject my generous offer and look for help elsewhere. Have you heard about that humanling that's always hanging around the gate to the anatomical opera, gasping for breath, and begging the homunculus to save her? She can't breathe normally, even the way she says her name is funny, JJH hate Harry, as if she's about to suffocate.
Who are you?
I am Malice, and the rabble you see are my shriekers. We are gladiators, the bleeding meat of the Fatal Thirsts combat arena. We are the beasts who go out there to kill and to die in glorious deaths for the entertainment of the Dark City. And this...
Where am I?
The snake-like Xenos hisses in satisfaction.
Kamarak. The Dark City, the underside of existence, the realm of the Drukari. You heard of it, humanling?
Why did you decide on to help me in the end?
You are a cocky whelp, but feeble like all members of your race. Your cockiness has not got you killed yet, which means you must be someone important. And you might be useful.
What do you want from me?
Kill for me. Go into the mangled sector and find a freak called the Commissar, one of your kind, and spill his guts for me. Do that and you will earn my favor. And in the chasm, that counts for a lot.
Who is the Commissar?
A prisoner of the Drukari who thinks too highly of himself. Instead of dying in the arena without any fuss, he is hiding, gathering other slaves of your race around him, and making pathetic plans to get his revenge. And many of your kind are listening to him. See how few humanling shriekers there are? They used to all come to me, but now they listen to the Commissar and no longer come.
I'm going to need some serious weapons.
Prove that you're useful first. Do this and Malice will see that you have decent toys to play with. But not before. In the meantime, you can pick something out of the junk pile.
Malice gestures at a container half full of shoddy equipment.
The Mangled Sector? What an off-putting name.
It's an off-putting place. It's the base of the spire in which we live. Kamarak is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions, and in the mangled sector, the seams are starting to rip. Space is collapsing in on itself and entropic radiation is off the scale, spawning all kinds of abominations, and the sector itself is slowly but surely turning into nothing. Some unhinged humanling went there recently. What did they call him? Warsorian? He was old, but strong. And too loud. His visit probably stirred up all the freaks. You should be more careful and quieter than he was. You'd have to be insane to set foot in a place like that. Insane, or an outcast like the Commissar, hiding from the hunt, or you.
Why do you want me to do it?
I don't want to drag my whole gang into the mangled sector. The place will kill off 3 times more fighters than the Commissar's crew will. That means I need to send in an assassin. The Commissar's fighters know my shriekers. But nobody knows you. And besides, you don't have a choice, which means you'll see it through to the end.
Very well, I will kill him.
Bring me his head. And in exchange, I will share my toys with you. They make surviving in Kumarak possible.
Oh, I'm...
What lies beyond?
A gruesome blow has
failure
caved in
is
the
a bitter
gladiator's skull,
taste.
but, surprisingly, he is still alive.
Gladiator's pile. All to inventory. I'm going to need it. Medium, medium. No fire weapons? Yeah. What do I expect, honestly?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Okay. We are having those troubles. Okay. First things first. We are going and picking up Jay Hedgen. Because we saw she is standing outside, not doing anything. Abelard, we can pick up as well. Pretty much getting the gang back together is my first like plan. Yeah.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Oh. Don't mind if I do. Goods. 20%, 45% if you would demo it. Nope. Yeah. Scary part of here is...
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The scary part is that my character is... If I had the equipment I had... Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is just being annoying now. Collect... Drakari, goods. That's locked.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Cutthroat. Okay. We don't want to go there. Resistance fighters. Don't mind if I do.
What lies beyond?
Not this way, meat. Not this way, meat.
Okay. So we can't get to him, so presumably Abelard is the first person we're getting to. Beggar. Okay. Going to have a look, see here.
Curiosity sings in my veins. How intriguing.
we're going down here then. Bum, ba, bum. I don't. Grand strategy is one of the classes I don't really get, and I don't. To be fair, I have like I do understand them, but it's just like I don't see the value in them because it feels like they're not putting up enough value for not running another officer or something like that. Okay. Yeah. Beggar. No. Oh, nice.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Oh, Avalon.
Another notch.
You barely recognize your loyal seneschal, Abelard Viserion, in this pitiful, hunchbacked figure. His officer's bearing, his broad shoulders, his direct and piercing gaze, all gone without a trace. What you see before you is a decrepit, quivering old man rummaging through malodorous refuse and mumbling under his breath. It takes you a second to make sense of his hoarse lisp.
Quad Harina, love. White amasec and fruits? Of course, love. The children are making mischief again. Quad Harina, where are you?
The old man's frail voice is laden with tenderness and longing.
Seneschal, this is your Lord Captain speaking.
Oh, Quad Harina.
Abelard laughs faintly and immediately launches into a bout of coughing. Deep lines run across his face and a blurry film of cataracts clouds his eyes.
The drive stems are at it again. Another council session. Another appeal to the logiciums. They will never be satisfied, love, until they make us and our children disappear. Perhaps we should just give in. You always say that Dargonis is not your home, love.
Abelard is looking past you at someone only he can see. There is a timid smile on his trembling lips.
Would you like that, love? Would you rather leave it all behind, go somewhere far away, away from our toils?
Seneschal Abelard Viserion, cease this display and you serve the rogue traitor von Valencius, not your fantasies.
Your words fall on deaf ears. The old man's attention remains focused on his conversation with the phantom.
Your family is not here. They're waiting for you.
The old man continues to look through you blindly, as if incapable of realizing your presence.
Okay.
The dose of stimulant sends such an intense spasm down his limbs that you fear his heart might rupture. But then clarity brightens his gaze. Abelard looks at you and takes a shuddering breath.
Saint's blood, Lord Captain. You're alive.
Yep.
With a groan, Abelard tries to straighten his hunched back.
Thank the God Emperor, death has not found you yet. Then again, given the circumstances, it may be for the worst.
What happened to you?
Abelard is racked by an old man's hacking cough.
That thrice-blasted Xenos simply chucked me aside like a piece of rubbish. I went to look for you, or for help, and I ended up here. This is where it found me, that thing. Memory fails me, all I can remember is bits and pieces, and needles. It pumped something out of me, and it pumped something in. I seem to be in one piece, except that creature.
Abelard tries to wipe his stained coat with a trembling hand.
How should I put this? Its needles siphoned the strength out of me. I feel older by a good decade or two.
He touches his face and exclaims in surprise.
My word, I think I am older. That could be why I started seeing things. I never thought I'd live long enough to go senile.
What was that thing that attacked you?
He shudders.
A spawn of nightmares, so ghastly, my mind refuses to picture a clear image of it. Nothing but meat, metal, and many, many needles. It feasted on me. Feasted on my very soul. It would have devoured me whole if it hadn't gorged itself on another before me.
We will find a way to restore your time to you, Seneschal.
Pray, Lord Captain. There is enough strength in this body yet. Your seneschal will not be so easily broken by some.
He groans and clutches his side.
I could just use a brief respite.
Who is
4. Who is Quad Harina?
Abelard gives you a tense, embarrassed look.
My late wife, Lord Captain. I think, in the time I wandered around here, my sanity may have suffered. A temporary lapse, I hope. It appears my mind can no longer stomach the kind of horrors this place has to offer. I saw her by my side. I saw a different time. A different place.
Where are the others?
I have not the faintest idea, your ladyship. All I can say is, if I have managed to survive down here, the others stand a chance too. There were no weaklings in your retinue.
I for one have had enough of this heap of filth. It's time to move, Albert.
I could not agree more, Lord Captain. I serve House von Valancius.
Abelard salutes you with a shaking hand, and a ghost of his usual stern expression returns to his wrinkled face.
What do you have? You have absolutely nothing, Abelard. Okay, let's throw on a bit of armor on you. Those grant 5 agility. Yeah, fuck it. That sounds good for you. Great sword. That's medium. That's medium. That's actually more armor on that one, so we're going to equip that as well. And sword, and got yourself a last pistol. Oof. You're too strong, Abelard. You're too strong. Okay, we have a few goods here.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Okay.
As indicated by the bloody trail, a body was recently dragged through here. Looking at the revolting puddle of ichor that reeks of suffering, you can barely make out what remains of the bones of some unfortunate soul that appear to have been digested and regurgitated.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I have cut my eyelids off to keep my eyes vigilant. Danger is everywhere.
The otherworldly shimmer of nothingness promises peace and quiet.
Ah, one step at a time, amidst the madness.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Rogue Trader.
Sister Argenta greets you with a glowing gaze and a confident smile.
The God Emperor did not forsake his chosen one. I prayed that our paths would cross once more.
Sister Argenta. Thanks be to the God Emperor, you are here. And you look as prepared for new trials as ever.
Master Verserian. A loyal seneschal never abandons his Lord Captain, does he? I am just as glad to see you alive.
She gives Abelard an encouraging smile. Argenta gestures at everyone around her.
Your arrival is timely indeed. With the Emperor's chosen on our side, we can come out of hiding and exact vengeance upon the enemies of humanity. But I shouldn't take up your time, speak instead to the Commissar, the one who leads these valiant souls. He will tell you everything you need to know.
What happened after we ran into that trap?
My memory betrays me. I lost consciousness soon after they dragged us into the shadows. I came to in a filthy arena. They had set some clawed beast against me. When I slew it, they sent another. I killed them all, one after another, and the unseen spectators demanded more and more. At last, I had an opportunity. One of the beasts I fought damaged the enclosure, and I managed to escape the arena. You should have seen how quickly the scum who hooped and cheered from the stand set off after me. I forged a path with sword and bolter, and wandered for a long time in darkness, and then I wound up here, where a loyal servant of the Emperor found me and gave me a chance to serve him again.
Who is the Commissar you speak of?
My memory. At last, a loyal servant of the Emperor who has not lost the will to fight even in this impenetrable gloom. He has mustered a resistance, everyone who can hold a weapon and refuses to accept the fate of a toy in the clutches of vile Xenos. The dwellers of these dungeons are myriad, and most are lacking in soul, courage, or willpower. The Commissar and his associates seek out the true champions of the Imperium among them and prepare those people for the battle against the Xenos. Providence itself has brought me here. I assisted the Commissar in his search in hopes of finding you among the captives. I devoted myself to helping the faithful yet frail pluck up their strength and guiding the able yet desperate toward hope. And my efforts have already borne fruit. 2 squads have gone on a scouting mission to discover safe passage out of Kumarak.
Gesture to Argenta's audience. Who are these people?
I found them, subjects of the Imperium who were taken to this den of misery and despair, scattered across this vast chasm. They were condemned to suffer for the amusement of enemies of humanity, but the beasts were wrong in thinking we would simply resign ourselves to our fate. I share my faith in the future with them, the future that we will claim with his name upon our lips.
You will join me, will you not?
Argenta looks at the people around her and nods.
I have served the resistance for as long as I could. My duty to these people is done. It is high time I rejoined you and pursued my original mission. But first, allow me to offer a few final words of guidance to my flock.
Argenta turns to her audience, and her voice fills with zealous fire.
Servants of the Emperor. Children of humanity. Be strong in your resolve and pure in your faith, for our deliverance is at hand. Steel your hearts, for a great trial lies ahead of us all, but the reward for passing it is freedom.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
The crate is filled with makeshift lasgun batteries and crudely made autogun ammo. The makeshift Aquila looks somewhat pitiful, but the evident diligence and passion that went into its creation speaks of the piety of its makers.
It's not the best, but you know what? I think that should be enough for you.
What lies beyond?
Experience. Nothing matters more.
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my brush.
Okay. If you say so, if you say so. I am interested in what's actually in that corpse there, but... Okay, let's speak to the Commissar.
The stately man in a commissar's coat and a tall service cap greets you with the sign of the Aquila and a solemn announcement.
Another loyal servant of the throne has found her way to us through these confounded catacombs. Fear not. Approach. If you have faith in the Emperor, then you will find only allies here.
Greetings. Are you a Commissar? Are you the Commissar?
He answers with dignity.
Yes, I have the honor of serving the God Emperor as a bearer of that honorable station.
Look at the Commissar.
One might think that the archetypical commissars from Imperial Guard propaganda posters are all life drawings of this man. He has a large and powerful jaw, his eyes are hard and fearless, and the small scar over his brow adds a certain rugged charm to his features. His coat, though worn, has been diligently cleaned and mended, and the skull on his tall cap has been polished to a shine.
I require medical assistance.
The commissar examines you critically.
You do not look too badly injured, and we are suffering from a severe shortage of medical supplies. Better to save what we have for critical situations.
Who are you?
The man replies with clipped precision.
Commissar Iako Sotny, but my brothers and sisters in arms prefer to call me simply the Commissar. I was assigned to a regiment of the Vikintian Zouaves, and I fought in the battle for the world of Kamal Secundus, where I was wounded and taken prisoner while unconscious. Having recovered from my wounds, I carry on fighting the wicked Xenos as the head of the local resistance cell, which I founded.
The commissar's speech is vehement and decisive.
My valorous comrades and I sabotage the enemy's activities while we devise our plan of escape.
How do I know you're a real Commissar? Care to present some proof? You may start by shooting one of the slobs.
The commissar's answer is calm and composed.
A commissar's duty is to root out cowardice and doubt among his warriors. There are no cowards or dissenters in my troop.
What do your resistance do?
The Commissar observes his humble army and says with enthusiasm,
Our first ongoing objective is to keep bolstering our ranks by seeking out prisoners who haven't yet lost faith and willingness to oppose our nefarious jailers. Our second priority is to arm ourselves and train. I teach my soldiers the basics of guard tactics in order to mold them into a fully fledged assault unit. Most importantly, we gather information and plot our escape. And the day when we pave the road to freedom with the corpses of detestable Xenos is nigh.
The Commissar's rallying shout makes his people square their shoulders, proudly straighten their backs, and respond with a fierce war cry.
What were the circumstances of your capture?
We engaged the enemy on the world of Kamal Secundus in the Marcane marches of the Calixis sector. The loathsome foes of humanity were known to launch raids in the area, so we received orders to defend the good subjects of the Imperium. When the profaners descended upon us, we gave them no quarter. The enemy was routed, and my unit drove them back to their ships. Our counterattack drove a wedge into their advancing horde and thwarted the invasion, but it also meant that we were cut off on both flanks and surrounded. We fought valiantly for several hours to stop the enemy ranks from reforming for a new onslaught, until we depleted our munitions reserves. By that time, our superior officers had already fallen, so I led my people in a bayonet charge. We taught the Xenos a lesson in blood, and then, I have no memory of how the battle ended. I came to consciousness in this foul place, disarmed and on the verge of death. I thought I'd die, but it was not yet time for the Emperor to release me from his service. Farewell and keep the faith. The Emperor protects, sister, comrade. How can I help you? Farewell and keep the faith. The Emperor protects, sister.
In this tapestry of a
Comrade.
world,
Oh, for fuck's
How
sake.
can I help you?
am the rogue thread.
Farewell and keep the faith. The Emperor protects, sister.
You know what? Let's blow that up.
The Emperor favors me today.
I am contemplating right now. Am I going to help the Commissar? Or am I going to help the Sliff? That is what I'm thinking about now. Okay. Abelard. Whenever the wearer successfully dodges or parries an incoming attack, they gain 10 momentum. You got yourself a new helmet, man. And I like that one. That's his Tempestus helmet. So pretty much the elite of the elite. If the wearer is an assassin and successfully dodges or parries an attack, it automatically creates an opening on the target on the side of the closest to the wearer. Okay. The wearer gains 8 parry when using swords. Whenever the parry parries with a sword, they immediately counterattack, causing stagger. If the attacker is staggered, the wearer's parry is increased by 20. Okay, that is a really good thing. You have almost no ballistic skill. To be fair, you're not meant to do much with it. Okay, we got ourselves some new gear pieces. Now the big question is this. What are we going to do?
See. Oh yes, they all
Are we
will see.
following the Sliff or the Commissar? That is the question I am asking myself right now, because that is the question that's going to make the most difference overall. They're both going to be rough fights, presumably. And I think we're going to kill the commissar.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Comrade. How can I help you?
Malice will help me survive if I bring him your head.
Octavia the Fire Axe, wait.
Argenta looks at you with a stunned expression.
This man is our friend and the Emperor's dutiful servant. Why would you seek his death?
To the void with Imperium, then I should have to kill you too, Argenta. I do not trust him. In this place, everyone's a liar.
Argenta's expression darkens, and she says mournfully.
Although I disagree, I have sworn to accompany you and protect you. I will not break that oath even here, in this den of unspeakable profanity.
You have betrayed me, Sister Argenta? Defector. Your faith is weak and pitiful. Brothers and sisters in arms, destroy the traitor who kills at the behest of Xenos.
Another annoyance. Give me strength.
Ouch. Really?
Quick! Quick! Let's get to it!
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I don't like doing this.
This is why I was chosen.
I'll do it.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll do it.
Zealous Fog. Okay. Imperial God, Imperial God, Imperial Misfit. Okay.
Here we go! Weapon at the ready!
I must not falter.
My ears are ringing.
Emperor, protect me! What a rush!
Death's hand reaches for me.
Okay.
Let's see. What if?
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Victory is imminent. One fewer target.
Guess it's actually time to...
It will be done.
Vanguard. Unyielding temporary wound to everyone. Vanguard shoots at an ally. All enemies in the free cell radius.
Indeed.
This way! Heretics be damned!
Don't touch me.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
The doors of oblivion
I can't
yawn
stand it.
wide.
Target well struck.
Emperor, protect me!
We have one there, we have one there. You know what? Yeah.
My Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable. Each strike is a prayer. My faith shields me.
Quick, quick!
Not
That's gotta hurt!
Not yet. A maelstrom of madness!
Okay.
Predictable downfall.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Another one is shattered.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Commissar hat. People car. That's classified as people? Okay, yeah, that's a bit.
There will be no peace in my wake.
The makeshift Aquila looks somewhat pitiful, but the evident diligence and passion that went into its creation speaks of the piety of its makers.
Yep, fuck it.
Unlock.
Duty prevails.
Seal of Purify. Every time more than 2 targets of damage gains 6 momentum. Combat tactics. The wear gains. Okay. The base property intelligence bonus to weapon skill. Ooh, that's really good. When the wearer uses press the advantage, their ally gains more resolve for a couple of rounds. Okay.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
There's loot there and loot there. Okay, yep. I feel bad about killing the Commissar, but if you come this far, I'm going to let you in on a little spoiler. And I'm sorry if someone actually... Xenolore? Okay.
The wounds on the corpse were inflicted haphazardly, as if the killer was driven by pure brutality.
Should I say the bit of a spoiler?
In this tapestry of of a world. I am the rogue threat.
Not this way, meat.
Okay. Screw you. So we know that Jehedrin is in there. And all these things that we have 20% chance of actually getting into, we kind of want Jehedrin because she is the party's highest tech user currently. So yeah, one of the thing is like there's not going to be a. We're in the dark city of Camorra. We are in the most heinous place there is in the Warhammer 40k universe. One of the most heinous places there is in the Warhammer 40k universe. There is no good guys here. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, what lies beyond?
Humanling. Relax with us. Take a stimulant and enjoy yourself.
I have some questions.
Ask away, humanling. But try not to bore me with your chatter.
Tell me about your kin.
The SSLYTH? My kind were a greedy people. We always wanted more, and that's why we were rapacious and indomitable. Nothing could sate our growing appetite. We could have conquered half the universe, if we'd needed to. The bonds that held us together fell away, replaced by more beneficial and attractive alliances. And my kind scattered. Some called it the fall of our civilization. But they did not understand the realization we had come to, that no one needs other people. All you need is yourself.
Why are you called Malice?
The name is an accurate reflection of my nature, more or less. It was given to me by Japeril, Archon of the Cabal of the Sheared Tongue. He was a competent master and he knew his servants well, which is why he didn't trust any of them and gave me the honor of guarding him. The Archon liked to watch me savage the assassins sent to kill him, and he named me Malice. I fended off 100 attempts on Japeril's life, and only once was I too slow, but that was enough to lose my employer. And now I'm here.
What are the Shriekers, a criminal gang?
Criminal. In Kamarak, the word sounds like a joke.
Yeah.
The Shriekers are a gang of the doomed. They live in expectation of their inevitable death in the arena. And that death makes a lot more sense than all the other deaths on offer in the Dark City. We are gladiators, we go into the arena to rip helpless meat to shreds, then we become the helpless meat ourselves. When the end is predetermined, and in the spires, it's always predetermined, you start to see death in more simple terms. You stop being afraid of it and you learn to enjoy life. We are a gang of people who enjoy life.
Good lie. Do you truly believe it? You sell it well.
The snake laughs and leans toward you.
They believe every word of it. And as long as there are enough believers, the Homunculus' servants won't drag me off to the arena. Why would they go to the effort of catching meat for the arena when it's all here waiting for them?
Yep. I want to know more about the arena.
The arena is the giver of life in Kamarak. Without the psychic sustenance created by pain and suffering, the masters of the Dark City would die off. It's just how they are made. The hungry come to the arena to gorge themselves. And the witch cults that rule the arenas ply their guests with bloody spectacles and heinous torture. The chasm is controlled by the fatal thirst, not the biggest witch cult, but an old and respected one. 3 succubi stand at its head, Tazara, Kikaros, and Sinisthoria, the most influential of all. But Tazara disappeared not long ago, and Sinisthoria been lying low ever since she forged an alliance between her cult and the Reaving Tempest. So the deadly Kikaros is in charge of the arena.
How is Camorra constructed?
Malice's voice turns wistful.
Kamarak is hidden on the underside of existence and is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions and spaces. Long ago, the Ildari created this place as a port, but now it is their refuge from she who thirsts.
Yep.
Kamarak has more bleeding spires than you can count, powered by the energy of stolen suns. An eternal war for power rages here. Ambitions and passions are the fuel in the fire of an endless conflict of open clashes and covert treachery. The tops of the spires are the domain of the Cabal Archons, and reigning over all is Esdrubal Vecht, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart.
Yep.
You will see them, the ruling elite, when you die in the arena, and they will feed on your suffering and gain new youth through it. They seem eternal, they live so long, but they will die one day. Kamarak itself will die, it has been dying for thousands of years already, disintegrating at its foundation. Nothing in this world is eternal.
There is actually fairly recent lore. That's actually kind of fun. There is actually one, or should I say 2, people. I don't remember which one it is, but it's one of the gladiator cults. Actually, formed a double alliance. Two of the most powerful women in pretty much Warhammer 40k, you can say, because they are vicious fucking gladiators that has become so powerful that Vect even hesitates to deal with them. I don't remember the book's name, but the book literally goes into how they screw him up. And what happens when one of the... Yeah, it's too much lore. I'm going through it, but there's always an if in a lot of the most powerful, like it's the most powerful and stuff like that, because it's always that. Just like in real life, nothing is permanent, and power easily crumbles even if people, or if the right person decides, I don't want to deal with you anymore. Where exactly are we in Comera?
This is the chasm. The place where those destined for the arena of the witch cult of the Fatal Thirst eke out their existence.
Yep.
It's also where the Homunculus' cast-offs end up. Tervantine from the Coven of the Baleful Thorn, he has his own little nook where he conducts his experiments. The chasm is endless source of raw material for his work, and the best results are destined for the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, the patron of the witch cult and of Tervantine in particular.
Why do you think I wound up here?
I couldn't care less why you're here. My guess is you were dumped. The chasm is a cesspit. Everything gets thrown in here, rubbish, bodies, prisoners. It all simmers together until the drookery masters fish out whatever they need from the pot. Fighters. Entertainment. Living flesh.
And
Good.
no more questions.
In Commerac, unnecessary questions can kill you quicker than a blade.
This is the one who was giving you trouble. He was only a commissar I could... He was the only commissar I could find.
Malice's mouth opens disturbingly wide, revealing long, dagger-like teeth. He stares at the head with naked hunger in his eyes.
A fine offering. His mangy brain would make the perfect snack, but I have a better idea. Well done, humanling. Now is when I should hold up my end of the deal and remove the mind maggot from your body, but even if I tried to, I doubt you'd survive. I'm a fighter, not a hacker of flesh. I lied to go to get you to act fast. That's just life in the spires, you see.
This hardly comes as a surprise.
Good to see how fast you're getting the hang of things in Commerac. It's really a nice way to live.
Your conversation is rudely interrupted by a crash and thundering footsteps.
Okay, what is this?
I came for the meat, Malice. Meat for the arena.
The rumbling voice of the creature stitched from flesh, pain, and fury echoes inside the black helmet.
And it is waiting for you. Shriekers, the sand is once again thirsting for your blood. Those of you who will give their lives to entertain our masters, know that I never cared. Those who will come back alive and in one piece will have as many stimulants as your pathetic bodies can handle.
Malice shifts his gaze to you and grins wickedly.
Give my best regards to the arena, fresh meat.
Address the monsters. Who are you?
The booming voice that erupts from under the helmet is full of scorn and barely contained fury.
Bring your untransformed meat to heal, Malice, or it will not even make it to the pit. Don't irk the servant of the esteemed Homunculus, humanling. Follow him, do as he says, and once you find yourself in the pit, try to survive and entertain the masters.
Malice, what does it want and why is it calling the shots here?
This is a servant of our Lord Tervantine, the Homunculus allied with the Reaving Tempest. This entire sector of the spire, the chasm, is the domain bestowed upon him by the Cabal. This is where he harvests materials for his art, screaming, pleading, panicked materials. And this is where he recruits gladiators for the arena.
Examine the monster.
The Hulk's body is crisscrossed by thick ugly scars as if someone stitched it together from different pieces. Its huge muscles are disproportionately swollen and riddled with peculiar wire-like augmatics running under the skin. Its backbone has been stripped of flesh and encased in the steely grip of a spinal transplant, and its face is hidden by a black helmet.
What does this have to do with me?
Malice looks visibly pleased when he says,
Now you are a shrieker. meat. Move it. The masters wish to drink of your suffering.
Reach for your weapon. Do not force me, you scum.
The monster snarls in frustration and points the muzzle of a device sticking straight out of the folds of its greyish flesh at your forehead.
I don't have time, meat.
That's annoying. I'm going to fucking kill Malice. If I can't kill Malice, I'm getting angry. I'm getting really angry if I actually can't kill Malice now.
Consciousness returns to you in a flash of light. This has happened to you too often lately.
Eviscerate you, so try to survive until the end of the fight, meat. No one expects more from you.
The hollow voice belongs to the giant that so guilefully neutralized you with gas.
But should you kill something after all, do it painfully. Unless the master's craving for death agony is sated, they will release me into the arena. And you will regret that. Got it?
Unless the master's craving for death agony is sated, they will release me into the arena. Are you offering me a chance to skin your friends? I can hardly wait.
You're amusing. Overconfident fools like you always die first. Off with you, meat.
You say that, but I have a feeling I'm going to be murdered.
Rejoice, fire dwellers, for I have come to slake your fatal thirst. May the vicious hunt commence today.
Oh, I'm going to light everything on fire.
Hounds will enter the arena to
These
taste
guys.
the blood of its wretched challengers. Bathe your souls in their suffering. Make your guesses at whether the prey can overpower the predators. If you're looking for more refined entertainment, watch the ousted Draken of the Reaving Tempest fight for his life against the glorious champions of the arena, the blood-stained proselytes. If your soul is so hardened that only the triumph of violence can soften its scars, enjoy the massacre of the fearsome flesh gorger! Today, we will try to kill him again!
Today we will try to kill him again, yeah. For those who don't know, that is the Space Wolf. And that's why Space Marines are feared in Warhammer 40k.
Is that all? Will you just give me your pet jesters? Don't be offended if I break your playthings, Kikeros!
I'm going to break every single one of you and watch you burn.
Let the fatal thirst be quenched!
The Emperor is with us!
I'll do it.
Yeah, let's just spray him down.
This is why I was chosen.
What do you have? Phase shift negates all incoming damage from successful attacks. Bestial rage. Natural armor. Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's make it quick. Hold on.
A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes. Oh, a wicked thought.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
On him!
I'm playing a bit passive for one simple reason.
Out of my way. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Here we go.
Show me what you've got.
Hey, don't fuck with me now.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Double dodge. Here, have a kick.
Let's make it quick.
Don't make me fucking murder you as well.
A genius at work. Huh. What if?
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call.
That's what I call a fucking fight. Parry.
Victory
But
is
parry,
imminent.
parry.
Indeed.
Okay.
I will enjoy.
Oh, that's... Give me one reason I shouldn't...
Hold on.
Okay. That's what I want. I don't fucking care.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. For you, my Emperor!
No, the first hit.
At your beck and call.
I think I built Abelard a lot better this round, honestly. And honestly, I think that guy's... I might murder him before I murder these guys, because he keeps hitting me more times than I get hit. Okay. So let's actually move you over. Ouch. That's not good.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, Agatha only has one more turn. Sorry to say. Yeah, poison. 9 poison, yeah. Agatha is going to go down.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
As hundreds of that, we've proven ourselves, made the cult be many and can't be too many winners. Oh, it can't be too many winners? You mean I'm going to murder you as well?
Watch this spectacle unfold!
Show them no mercy!
Oh, don't mind if I do, honestly.
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
I get to take care of you guys.
God Emperor,
don't mind if I do.
Me. Be the fire in my heart.
Shadows start to bleed.
Have you enjoyed? Are you surprised? The fallen Dracon has defeated the best warriors in the arena. The cult appreciates his mercy, has been granted the right to join the Bloods and our circle of champions. The Monkai challengers survived the vicious hum. Do they savor the flesh gorgers devouring his mangled enemies? Is your fatal thirst quenched? Yes, it's quenched. Intimidate monarch, edge capable of tearing through solid plasteel. Okay. Collect.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
We can't get to it and loot it, huh? No. Is there anything up here? Not really, no.
You follow Argenta's gaze to the soaring druckery craft and the squirming bodies nailed to its side.
That's Sergeant Vega STEs. I recognize him, I know his voice. Octavia the Fire Axe, help me. We have to save these people from this torture.
One of the druckery on board sneers upon hearing Argenta's shouts. Eliciting a wave of approving cheers, the druckery kicks one of the groaning bodies, blatantly savoring his untouchability.
Impossible.
Abelard shakes his head, looking at the prisoners. A shot rings out. and the figure pinned to the side of the ship flinches and stills.
Nice.
Argenta freezes and then turns to face you. Her eyes are brimming with rage, astonishment, and unending sorrow. Her face momentarily twists into a grimace, but then she drops her head and begins whispering words of prayer. I'm begging you. Finish me.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Okay, so we actually get that as well. Yeah. We are at the we are at the stage now. We need everything, pretty much. We can sort cargo when we get out of Camorra. We need to get out before anything else.
The stranger standing before you brings to mind a motley-colored, long-limbed doll abandoned amid carnage and detritus. The bright colors of his sleek costume seem comical against the unremitting gloom and hostility of this place. Only the sorrowful horned mask that hides his face and the dark hooded cloak he wears pay tribute to the overwhelming air of hopelessness. Every move the Xenos makes sings with theatrical precision and a predator's grace. You cannot decide if this person is an accomplished dancer or a master assassin.
Is both.
You have never heard of such Xenos before. What is he doing in the chasm, and why is he standing before you now?
This crib of putrid flesh offends your taste. Oblivion comes now. Here its nocturne plays. I am that starlit strain that chills the soul. The piece that doomed throngs pitches into dance. You are among them, merchant vagabond. So tread the steps I say, escape fate's grasp.
What is this dance you are so intent on drawing me into?
The steps you know already, vagabond. A knife-edge minuet you must perform. Between oblivion, foes, and your own friends. So heed my sonnet well, it holds the key. A melody of snarling agony. Beguiling now, by rending flesh buoyed. Through sinew, bone, and grisly pageantry. It calls the blood-soaked drape to come unstitched. A haggard chorus in the hall behind. Their flesh employed to serve the maestro's art. No prayer for mercy slips from throats confined. The baton sets the beat of every heart. And entrails are for him an instrument. And veins a living stave sends parallel. Yet death to him is no impediment. For corpses tunes do carry just as well. Through spectacles of blood and gore forge past. Should crave your eyes to glimpse sun's light at last.
I do not understand what you want from me, Xenos.
Alas, my wants are neither here nor there. But turn the question on yourself instead. Pursue the melody, and find the key.
An indigo ripple passes over the Xenos's body and he dissipates like a bad dream.
There will be no peace in my
Where the fuck is Malice? I am going to skin... No, I'm probably going to burn him and then skin him. Perception, 5+. Perception. We actually... -10. Okay, yeah. -10. -5? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yep. Okay, what are we going for? Go for here. So this is one of these. Power armor proficiency would be cool. +7 awareness. Pumping that up to a bit higher. That would be nice as well. All damage over time effect applied by the psychic critical hit has a 25% critical. This chance is increased by all bonuses to critical hit chance. Yeah. Avalod. Toughness. No heresy. Advanced athletics. Argenta, ballistic. What are we going after that? We have pretty much picked up a majority of the things that actually would be good for you, I think. You know what? Let's go dodge. 82% dodge rate. Okay.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The Aldrai runs a hand over her face before turning to you. Her pale skin is tightly stretched over the bones of her skull, her eyes have lost their glimmer, and her neck is stooped under an unseen burden. And yet you still recognize her, Juliet Lanevis, your former companion and the reason for your imprisonment within these dark walls. Juliet glances at you, her eyes widening slightly, but that is the only change you detect in her tense expression. Whatever emotions she may be feeling, she is suppressing them well.
Elotach.
You survived good. I want to deal with you myself.
Juliet lowers her head as if unable to withstand your gaze.
That is enough words. If your decision is sown, then act without delay.
One of the Xenos who were watching Juliet torture the silent victim steps forward.
Did the monkey come for a taste of pain? Then you must have patience, our little guest still has so much suffering to extract from her first victim, your prey is far from empty, Juliet. Do not hold back.
Juliet grips the blade in her hand and immediately winces. Her spirit stone is emanating a red glow. She touches it with an expression of anguish.
The suffering overwhelms me. No more. I cannot bear it any longer.
Suffering, you say? Perfect. Show me how much. Rip the blade out of Juliet's hand and kill the Drukhari who just spoke. Juliet's mine, you cannot have her.
The Drukhari is too enthralled by the victim's torture to react in time. The blade goes through his throat, and the Xenos collapses with a visceral wheeze. His kin move to draw their weapons, but freeze, transfixed by the sight of their brother thrashing in agony. Juliet takes a ragged breath.
From the Dark One's toy to a monkey's property, my path shows me no mercy, Elotach. Tell me, will your heart find the strength and resolve to forgive me? To allow me to share the path with you once more?
What are we doing? Here's... We will yet have words about your deeds. Now, however, it's time to leave. Okay, I don't know, honestly. I really don't know. Are we killing her straight up? Yeah, fuck it. We're killing her. Taste of hope before death. It's a traitor's just reward.
Juliet does nothing to avert her fate. She merely lets out a muted sob. Death shrouds her glassy eyes as a tear runs down her cheek.
A relic concealing the soul of an elder ranger, Juliet. Gaze from who she firsts. I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't know how I feel about that.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't feel good about that. I do not feel good about that.
Malice's translucent eyelid membranes are closed. His voice is drowsy and languid.
You alive, humanling? You really must be someone after all, if the arena spared you. Well, you should celebrate. From this day on, you're a Shrieker. My protection, shelter, and equipment are now yours to claim.
Seeing as you set me up, I'm not one of your gladiators.
Malice laughs nastily.
You wanted my help, didn't you? Well, I help Shriekers. And when a drookery messenger comes to my den, they go off to the arena nice and quietly, and they try to survive. That's life in the spires. But now I'll look out for you. I'll give you shelter, and good weapons, armor, and combat stimulants that will make your mind light and easy. What's not to like, humanling?
Malice appears relaxed, but the lazy drawl in his voice seems forced.
You'll be quick to understand when I rip out your lying forked tongue.
You shouldn't have done that. You don't know when to stop, humanling. Now my Shriekers will have to finish what the arena started. And I'll watch you draw your last breath.
Let's see how to dismember you properly.
I can hear your pulse, little thing.
Kabbalah Warrior, Winch Poisoner. Notice that it's just Eldari on his side. If you fight him, Kabbalah Warrior, yeah, it's just...
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands,
You really have a horrible aim, huh?
I'll do it.
That's a bit worse.
Let's see. What if...
It will be done.
Hey.
Victory is imminent. Follow my lead. At your
Up that
beck
as well.
It will be done.
You call this a strike?
Ouch.
Too bad, I'm still standing.
Please don't.
Just a minor setback.
Oh, Shrieker's back there as well.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's justice.
Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
You are doomed.
Okay.
My revenge will be delectable. You will pay for this in blood.
Okay. So logically speaking, I can pretty much kill off one of these here. But I think these are actually going to give me a lot more when it comes to these might actually give me a lot more when it comes to reputation. I want to get the momentum up. That is the main thing.
A wicked thought. War is my muse. A genius at work.
Okay.
Indeed. You will pay for this in blood.
At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Ouch.
My fate shields me. My soul shall become like fire.
Okay. We have the Shriekers over there. Okay. You need to just hose them down now.
I'll do it. Eradicated. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
And we're going to do this.
Behold my artistry!
Then we're going to do this.
Let's see.
And then this.
Another one is shattered. Shattered foes in my wake.
I will do my duty. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent. I'm not interested. I've suffered worse.
Oh, don't you think you're getting let off that easily?
Thanks. Another one.
She got malice. The old serpent got his scaly ass beaten. Shriekers, looks like we have a new boss. Hail the new boss. Hail the new boss. Yep. Okay, Shard Shotgun, Eldari Last Blast, and a Splinter Cannon. Collect all. Oh, we got ourselves a flamethrower. Yeah, that is a really, really good thing to get, because that means that we can actually have certain things.
The gang of cutthroat gladiators known as the Shriekers stare at you in terror and obsequiousness. No one dares to wipe Malice's blood off the floor, it is a symbol of your status.
Where did Malice keep his trophies? They are now mine.
A Shrieker points at a container filled to the brim with loot.
This is all we had. Malice used to hide the best spoils in hidden caches, but we've emptied them all.
Speak to Malice, you should have shown greater hospitality when I first came to you.
Malice's entire body is covered in grisly wounds. One of his arms has been nearly torn off and is now hanging by sinew. A human would have long since died from such injuries, but Malice does not even look like he is on his last legs.
Laugh away, humanling. You've won. Betray the one who aids you. That's life in the spires.
Yep. You serve me now.
Malice scoffs hoarsely and bares his fangs.
Not a chance. If I do, you might live, humanling. And I would still be sitting in this cage. No, your problems are your own.
So, you are Shriekers, vicious predators who await their death in the arena is what Malice told you.
One of the Shriekers answers proudly, chin raised high.
Yes. We are Deathspawn, murderous wretches. Malice led us to our deaths before, you lead us now.
Forget all the drivel about finding glory in death. We're a gang now. Nothing more, nothing else. We look out for no one but ourselves, and I'm your chief. You wanted me to lead your death. This is the end of your journey. Do you agree with the part about precious? Yeah. Do you not understand that Malice was manipulating you? You died one after another, while he prospered of your deaths.
Some of the gladiators look confused, while others sigh in relief. You hear someone grumble in the back.
Finally, a boss who's right in the head. I was so sick of Malice mucking up the brains of fresh meat with his crap.
Tell me, Malice, you still have something stowed away? Some extra special stash?
Who can say, humanling? You can tear the den apart piece by piece, you can torture me, you will find nothing. We SSLYTH know how to shut out our sense of pain, and will suppressors have no effect on us. So there is only one way you can get your hands on my treasures: open the cage, give me a knife, get on your knees, and let me carve your throat open. I will reveal the secret to you as you die.
Turn to the commissar. How's your neck? Does it hurt?
The commissar, whose proud features are utterly ruined, says in a gurgling voice.
Enjoy your little victory while you can. Comarac will rip your head off quicker than it did mine. Then we'll see who will be sitting in whose cage.
Rats are unwise in your position. Better think about have bartered for your freedom. Well, I doubt you. I will not become like the Xenos. You're free to go.
You do not need to tell me twice. So long.
The commissar turns to you as he leaves, and you see a mad smile playing on his lips and a look in his eyes that says, "This isn't over."
Does anyone here wish to challenge me for my leadership?
The gladiators murmur in fear.
No, no one. No, you're stronger than Malice. Lead us. We're yours.
I do not wish to be disturbed. Okay. That could have been us letting them go. Could have been a really bad decision, honestly. Letting him go.
Oh, what Curiosity unveils
I just
itself
switch?
before me.
Goods. Oh, nice. Oh, we got the exploder. Whenever the wielder kills a target with this hanging flamer, the target explodes, dealing 1 fire damage. That's really nice. Any hit the wearer single stacks 1 fatigue, disturbed, perplexed for 2 rounds. Okay. Really nice. Let's have a look over here then.
A gruesome blow has caved in the gladiator's skull, but, surprisingly, he is still alive.
Let's talk to Argenta.
Rogue trader. Being reunited with the Emperor's Chosen is a balm to my soul.
Have you managed to learn anything about this place?
I have made no attempt to do so. What need do I have to know of the depravity of the enemies of humanity, when all I want is to burn it all in pure, raging flame? I already know all I need to. This place is evil, but there are servants of the Emperor here worthy of salvation.
We need to find a way out of
We
here.
would find a way out if we joined forces with a comrade in faith and not a repulsive monster. But now the Commissar is dead, and we are on our own.
My memory betrays me. I lost consciousness soon after they dragged us into the shadows. I came to in a filthy arena.
Yep.
At last, I had an opportunity.
May terrors like me.
Okay. Here's the kicker. The Commissar's not good either. It is literally... It is horrible or horrible. Because no one in Camorra tells the truth. And specifically not people that has... Yeah.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
I am... This is me first, screw everyone else. That is the thought I have currently with this character. Listen here, you bloody oaf. I need to get in. Shit-stained spawn, shrieked, blighted rat.
The
Let
monster
me
is
in.
looking at the frenzied J. Haydari in cold silence.
Hey, you pile of hot dung. Yeah, you dumb ash mag. I'm talking to you.
J. Haydari's looks match her coarse speech, disheveled, ratty, and bereft of all her jewelry and rakish glamour. Her eyes, locked on the gatekeeping monster, are brimming with fury and desperation, and her voice resembles a gruff bark.
Here's the deal. I need to see your master. To take back what is mine, you hear me? He and I have unfinished business, it doesn't concern you. And besides...
Jay notices you and breaks off.
Shireen, you're alive. You.
She grits her teeth.
Apologies, Octavia the Fire Axe, one moment.
She turns back to the monster.
I'm with her. I only need 5 minutes, don't be a seacack.
The monster leans forward to take a closer look.
The master said no, only she is allowed. Go away.
Oh, looks like you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, you piece of...
Jay breaks off, starts coughing and throws her head back, drawing a labored breath. To your surprise, you see living flesh where her neck implant should be, punctured by narrow scars showing where the augment was once grafted onto the woman's skin.
Now listen here, you ugly mug. I have an offer to make, and you'd do well to take it.
Watch in silence.
So tell me what you want, you piss-brained ash mag, I can get you anything. Is it combat toxins? A new blade? A force sword, a poison dagger? Or maybe a few bodies to play with?
Jay lashes out in hysterical desperation.
Has he got your tongue? Say something, Damn you. Is it sex? Gold. Blood. Weapons. Sex and blood. Weapons and gold?
The monster's right hand reaches out for Jay's neck, but the left one intercepts it halfway. A click, and the cloudy ooze from yet another jar seeps into the Hulk's backbone, causing it to twitch as if it had been electrocuted.
The master forbade me to break. Go away.
Jay dodges the rampaging beast and addresses you pleadingly.
Octavia the Fire Axe, Shireen, light of my eyes, help a grunt out, will you? Or friend, whatever. I'll owe you one, and I always square up, you know it. I never weasel out of deals like this one, I'll pay you back in full.
Jay, where did you learn to speak that crudely?
Cruchmuit.
Jay casts you a desperate look.
Octavia the Fire Axe, it's not about how I look and talk right now. I need to see the homunculus. I absolutely must, got it? If you're so offended, I'll wash my mouth with soap, but later, Shireen. Later.
What happened to you?
I was in there, you understand?
Jay breaks off and helplessly points at the entrance to the homunculus's chamber.
That's where he cut me. The many-armed Ashmag took away my breath. He started by cutting off my head, but I was alive and conscious. I hung from the wires and watched what he did to my body. He took out the implant, the throat, and the lungs, the whole thing. Then he grabbed a chunk of flesh, messed with it, sewed it into place, and everything came back.
Jay is overcome by a hacking cough, flecks of blood on her hands when she draws them away from her mouth.
I'm dying, Octavia the Fire Axe. Dying again.
You're dying again? Why?
It is the Carcina, Shireen.
Jay spits out the word and shuts her eyes tight as if the word itself could hurt her.
What is wrong with the homunculus giving new organs instead of implants?
Because they're not organs, they're shit. The mines left me with busted rags for lungs, and when the Carcina started,
Jay sobs.
I nearly died, Shireen. By the time I saved up enough for an implant, I was coughing up blood every day. I almost didn't make it, and now this Xenos Ashmag, this son of a starjackal and a blood-faced drookery slut, grew a Carcina out of my own flesh. And shoved it back into my throat along with some shitty organs he'd grown in a bloody jar.
Seems we have much to discuss, Jay.
Jay guiltily lowers her head.
We sure do, Octavia the Fire Axe. I guess the rip-roaring yarn about the princess from a desert planet won't cut it anymore. But I'm begging you.
The woman raises her head and looks at you, eyes glistening with tears.
Later, okay. I need to see the homunculus. I need my implant. Don't let me die the way the rest of the mine rats do. Not that way, Shireen. Any way but that.
This woman is with me.
The oaf clumsily scratches at the fresh scar at the top of its head and concedes.
Fine. The master permitted companions. She is a companion now.
May the Exalted One shower you with blessings, Shireen. I always knew you were a decent sort, not rotten inside. A bit out there, but not rotten.
Jay bends over in yet another coughing fit and spits out a crimson-tinted clot.
Ugh, as he take me. I should move my arse while I can still carry it around.
Meet. The master ordered that you be let through.
When you approach, a few augmatics spring to life inside the monster's bulk. An injector hisses, filling its blood with compounds that cause its veins to bulge and its muscles to swell and twitch spasmodically.
I wish to pass.
The master gave his permission.
The Hulk subtly moves over.
Oh. Oh.
What lies
Okay.
beyond?
We have one level up on you. Intelligence, fellowship. How are you on tech use? 72. Okay. Okay. What do you have on? Light. Oh yeah, that's. Oh yeah, that's her stuff. That is... I'm still a bit shaken by the fact that we actually just did that to her, honestly. But yeah. We have actually started gathering a fair amount of weapon on us, huh? You can't use flame weapons. Okay. Toxin. Fire rate. Each successful attack with this increases the damage or bleeding effect by 3. Okay, that's actually really interesting to take into account. I don't think we're going to make use out of it, but yeah. Every attack when more than 2 targets of damage gain momentum. Okay, that's going on you. Don't have any pressed advantage. That's a skill for you, right? Bring it down. It's pressed advantage, yep. Whenever the wearer performs a single range shot attack from cover, the gains have an armor penetration. Demolition, dodge, and melee attack. Channel dodge. Next turn. More perception. We need more perception. Any hit of the wearer's single attack to inflict 1. Okay. Single short range attack. No. Okay. We are now inside here. We got Jay in the party, which means we can actually make advantage out of that. Because, yeah. Okay.
The lamps emit rays that hound your pupils, burning and biting them like angry snakes made of light.
Amidst the madness.
The bars great, walking bottomless abyss beckons you jump in and promise embrace of softer and feather in the world.
The rebellious steps are trying to buck you off to make you lose your footing and break your neck. The thick curtain shoves you away. It is surprisingly strong for a lifeless piece of fabric. the corpse hanging from the strap. The creature in front of you is a patchwork of skin stuffed with darkness, corruption, and sharp objects. Staring at you with its scalpel eyes, it grumpily remarks.
Such a disobedient specimen, you're still not dead. An anomaly?
Its foul, corrupt thoughts reach out to you, groping at your face.
Giggle at them using stranger.
But I see you will soon become a very obedient specimen. Convulsive spasms, hysterical reactions. Come here.
The creature pokes you in the chest, its triangular fingernail easily penetrating your skin. A strange sound throbs at the edge of your awareness. A sound similar to your own scream. A grotesque, spider-like figure looms over you. Its limbs wave frantically, chittering and clicking as they rip something apart then stitch it back together. And you realize its canvas is your flesh. The Xenosa's gaze is indifferent, and his low voice echoes through the room.
The sample has been extracted. The specimen is alive. Body and mind expected to function within normal parameters. Monday key.
Examine the Xenos.
There is something fundamentally wrong with the Xenosa's silhouette and its twitchy, abrupt movements, and it sets your mind reeling in disgust. Each of its mechanical tool appendages seems designed to be as sickening and horrifying as possible.
What happened to me?
The control worm in your nervous system detected my proximity. It signaled it was dying by injecting a lethal dose of hallucinogenic euphoriants into your bloodstream. A resourceful individual.
That thing in my head is your pet?
The druggery holds up the pale maggot, the same one you saw in Marahai's hands. As you watch, the tool appendages perform a swift dissection. The maggot's flesh bursts under the scalpel-like claw and blossoms into a disgusting, slimy flower. The Xenosa's slow manner of speaking creates an unnerving dissonance with the frantic movements of his limbs.
I grew this specimen specifically for you, Monday key. During your interrogation, it intoxicated your feeble senses to limit unnecessary resistance. What a curious experiment it was. I usually extract control worms from specimens posthumously. You possess some degree of bodily fortitude.
Glance at the dissected. Do you eviscerate everything you lay in your hands on?
Evisceration is one aspect of my most respected art.
His scalpel fingers scrape together with a hushed metallic shriek.
You did a poor job training your pet, if I was able to shake off its influence.
With a gurgling sound, the Xeno slowly yet steadily moves his sharp finger to your eye, closer and closer, almost touching, then stops with a sigh.
Not now. Perhaps later.
Say nothing.
The Xenos thoughtfully clicks his appendage studded with dozens of needle-thin stingers.
Are you Cervantes?
You are absolutely correct, specimen. I am Tervantius the Arch-Machinator, Homunculus, and the conductor of this place that staggers the imagination and soul. My anatomical opera.
So what do I owe you? What do I owe you now?
You will serve me. Such is life in the spires. The Arabenian urged me to pay attention to your allegedly extremely gifted self, specimen. Let us see if you make a good tool.
What exactly did the Aberranian tell you about me?
The Xenos lets out a strange sound that almost resembles a scoff.
This information should not burden your undeveloped mind. The Arabenian told me enough to give you the chance to enter my anatomical opera. That is all you need to know.
You would Drakkar, you would do business with a human? How remarkably open-minded.
Do business.
The Homunculus looks puzzled.
I will do no business with you. I will use you. You survived a battle in the arena, which means you have uncommon parameters for your kind. You are a lesser organism, true, but the towering heights of my wisdom make it difficult to distinguish between your inferiority and the inferiority of most of my kin.
What do you want from me?
You will return to the arena of the fatal thirst. You will kill a few of the Wish's fosterlings for me. You might even spill the blood of one of the blood-stained proselytes.
The Homunculus looks past you as he delivers his imperious speech.
They are long overdue a small lesson in humility. They have forgotten their place, they lack respect, they do not appreciate my work, they fail to recognize my authority.
Still staring into the distance, he continues to list his grievances with maniacal thoroughness. The Homunculus makes a snapping sound.
Here comes Abies and his fosterlings. The leader of the blood-stained proselytes has paid a visit to the anatomical opera. Take this opportunity to study them properly, They won't dare touch you here.
What will I get out of this? Or will you coerce me as you do everyone else?
Coercion will be more than enough. If you disobey, I will turn you into material for my creations and ensure that you feel and are aware of every manipulation performed on your flesh. But if you do what I tell you to do, I will let you live for a while longer. Cooperation will increase your odds of survival. As long as you continue to be of use, I will maintain your organic parts and perhaps even let you play with some of my less significant samples.
I do not serve the enemies of humanity, but I will never turn down the opportunity to kill a few Xenos.
The response is acceptable. If you behave like a good specimen, Monday Key, you may eventually receive my help in escaping Kamarak.
Jay coughs violently.
Help from you. You think anyone will believe that after your foul experiments?
Jay touches the scar on her neck and coughs again.
Obedience will be rewarded. Take your crude gear with you. I abhor such technological banality, but a creature as undeveloped as you may find it of use.
You hear one of the joints in Tervansh's arm click.
Once you are finished with this, go and look at the ones who will be your executioners when the time comes for you to die. Remember, if you try to deceive me, you will suffer a fate worse than death. I even know which fate specifically. The Pale Monday Key, the one who could not stop prattling about your pitiful faith, was quite susceptible to my method. The sheer primitiveness of your technologies. Go, specimen. Deliver Tervantius's message of blood to the arena wishes.
The Homunculus gestures imperiously at the exit.
Would like to speak to you about a member of my retinue that was delivered to you.
Which specimen in particular interests you?
Yolette, the Xenos who lured me into a trap. Do you have her?
She was claimed by my patrons from the cabal of the Reaving Tempest. I hear they sent her to the streets of the chasm to teach her what it means to be a Drukari. She has many harsh lessons and suffering ahead of her.
Yeah, I still feel bad about me killing her, honestly. My bodyguard, Cabela, do you have her?
Female specimen, negligible veil influence, primitive notions of death. I disproved her views on cessation of existence by way of reanimation and uncomplicated manipulation of the mind. You may take your Monday Key servant, or however many of her are left in there. I intended to dispose of them all the same.
I have learned all I wanted.
Do not waste my time, specimen.
Take my leave.
Hold a moment. Off on your merry way, are you? Well, good for you, but what about me and my Azidam problem?
Jay points to the scar on her throat.
I require your aid, homunculus.
Tervansh's arches an eyebrow.
You forget yourself, specimen. Go and serve my will, and should I ever decide to show you favor, I will do so at a time of my choosing.
Your success benefits you. My success benefits you. It is reasonable for you to help me.
The Homunculus waves you off in irritation.
If you are unable to make yourself useful, I would rather wait for you to die and find myself a better tool. You should be worthy of my attention, not a drain on it.
Is there anything I can offer to repay a being such brilliance for the attention he may graciously grant me?
Tervansh's smile is a strange combination of contempt and pleasure.
Your paltry possessions do not interest me. If you had something that could intrigue a master sculptor such as I, perhaps a remarkable piece of organics, then I might grant you a few short moments of my time.
Master, I require a moment of your precious time. I'm willing to pay for it.
After rummaging through what you have, Tervansh's pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He splits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth, thinks for a while, and finally concludes.
Curious. You have earned my attention, specimen. Speak quickly.
You took my companion's respirator augment, and now she is dying. Return it immediately.
Tervantius places an appendage on his chest in an almost comically human gesture of wounded pride.
What striking proof of the innate shallowness of your kind. After ridding her of that crude device you refer to as an augment, I restored an intriguing feature of her genetic code. So be it. I will not squander my best materials on her. I will return her mechanism without delay. First, let us remove the redundant parts.
Several instruments of death with blades of varying length, thickness, and curvature appear in Tervantius's hands. He bares his teeth and addresses Jay in an insinuating voice.
Which one do you choose?
Jay's mouth twists, and she looks ready to unleash a torrent of profanity in the homunculus's face, but she stops herself and swallows her ire. With her head bowed, the smuggler lies down again under the Xenosa's knife.
So, let's go up here. Okay.
The floor of the cage is littered with corpses, their arms sticking out between the bars and their pale faces pressed against the cold metal. Above them stands Kibella, frozen between two female figures. She listens to their sinister whispers, her arms hanging limply.
You are nothing but a weapon designed to spill blood. You have no will of your own, and thus you cannot resist him. Admit it. He has sullied you. Shattered you. You are an unholy imitation. You should have accepted this by now.
Examine the cage.
Each corpse has one or two brutal, indisputably lethal wounds, a pierced heart, a slashed throat, a black void instead of an eye socket. Each body, both living and dead alike, has the same face. Kibella's face.
Examine the figure standing next to Gabella.
Both figures have her face, and yet there is no mistaking one for the other. One of them is twisted into a still, mask-like grimace of loathing. It rasps as if ripping its own throat apart.
You were created to serve as a tool. You do not have the capacity to oppose the hand that commands you. That is why, sooner or later, you will succumb.
The other wears a smile, both mocking and pained at once. Like the first figure, this one seems unable to rid itself of its expression.
You are ruined. That is why the Undying One refuses to take you away. Now you are prey for the wicked, their plaything.
After getting a better look at the doppelgangers, you notice faint scars on their skin left by the scalpel that has transformed their appearance. Subtle as their sculptor's handiwork may be, it does not stand up to your scrutiny.
Address the doppelgangers. Your fabrication. You were before the homunculus changed you. Why do you play along with his deception?
We are her. We are shards of a soul that is crushed and cursed. Do you not recognize your servant in her new form, Damin?
The wicked spawn never stops grinning brazenly. The other doppelganger, grimacing angrily, nods at Kibella with contempt.
Do you think she is cleaner than us, Damin? She is broken. Nothing could shake the Kybella you knew. Before you is a warped imitation of who she was. Repulsive. Tainted.
What happened here?
Stay away, Damin. I've been corrupted. The blasphemer said you were dead. This worthless blade had failed you, and all it could do was to break itself against the bones of its enemies to wash away the shame. I fought them, I forced them to take my life, but, the dark flesh carver, he committed an atrocity, he has spurned death itself. Whenever I received a mortal wound, he would wrest my fading soul from his hands. He mended my wounds, made my heart beat once more, kindled my consciousness a moment before it could be extinguished forever. And he did it again, and again, and again.
That has to be some of the most heinous things you could do.
And every time I found myself upon death's threshold, he claimed a part of my soul to create this.
Kibella gestures to her copies.
Unhallowed replicas. My soul is mutilated, and I am a mockery of what I once was. And I can't fight. Not anymore.
Not even the most skillful among the blasphemous Xenos can fracture the soul of one of his servants. The homunculus is playing a mind game with Kibella by convincing her that his puppets are all parts of her. In truth, it is merely an intricate deception.
Gesture to Cabela, I'm taking you away from here.
Before Kibella can say anything, her furious copy hisses.
You will not endanger the Damin. You have been in the homunculus's hands for too long. You do not know how much control he has gained over you. What if you turn out to be his instrument and not that of the Daemon in a critical moment? What if this is a trap, a poisoned gift?
The other double laughs and points at the dead bodies.
The true Kybella lies among these corpses. You are just her vestige, her infinitesimal trace defiled by the Xenos. You are unclean, and now you would stain the Daemon with your abominable essence.
Kybella regards her copies in silence, then shakes her head heavily.
They are right. I cannot go with you. It could be the Homunculus's trap. Who can say, perhaps I am not even the true Kybella, merely a shard of her. Abandon me here. Save yourself. Do not yearn for salvation. Yearn for cleansing.
Argenta's voice is full of pain.
One day, I will avenge you.
Shattered World. All characteristics except weapon skills are reduced by 10. Shock of the Kybella suffering from transient prissy had left her indelible mark on her mind. It will take time for the horror to fade.
Shattered World.
Okay. The Undying One is testing you, and what do? You show doubt and disgrace. Trust me. I can see that you are the true Kybella, my devoted ally. Raise your voice at the doppelgangers. If you do not stop lying to her, I will show you that I know more about torture than Cervantes. Cervantes is toying with you. Okay. We're going with the dogmatic one. Yeah.
Kybella raises her chin and hisses.
Do not reproach me, Daemon Octavia the Fire Axe. Not even you have that right. You who know not of the dread of looking into your own face and questioning what you are.
She pulls out a dagger and mutters.
Enough. If there is no answer, I will carve it into the flesh of existence. I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. I am Kybella. And I name myself the True One.
The other two prisoners raise their weapons. But they do not possess even a tenth of the speed of a true death cultist. Kybella stares at you as if she does not recognize you, a trickle of blood running down her face.
Can you feel it, Daemon Octavia the Fire Axe? The shards have become whole. The torturous ringing is gone, only silence remains. As for the wounds that this place has left, no matter. I am your blade once again, yearning for your command.
A shadow darkens her face.
If you can find a moment to spare, I would ask that you speak with me, somewhere more private. There is too much weighing on my soul, Daemon Octavia the Fire Axe.
Is that literally duplicating
There
the
will be no
items?
peace in my wake.
Okay.
The bars of the cage are sturdy enough to stop a tank, or the fury of a post-human.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Record. Yeah, he's a full.
The tall Druckery, whose body is riddled with painful-looking puncture wounds and dotted with metal rings and clamps, lets out a chuckle as you approach and begins speaking in his own language. Your elucidator hisses to life, translating the words.
Look, Carrion, is this the Monday key that cost you your place at the Archon's side?
Mara's high eyes flare with turquoise fire at the sight of you, an immediate, uncontrollable urge to kill. The Druckery seizes the blades hanging from his belt, and freezes at the shout of the metal-studded Xenos.
Careful with the meat for the arena, Mirazai. If Sinisthoria is short on toys for her fighters, you will be punished again. She seems to enjoy pitting you against Chimeri. Maybe this time she won't deem it necessary to give you back your skin after you slay them all.
The motionless Marazhai turns his head toward his kin, and you notice a thin red stripe on his neck below his ear, like a fresh stitch. Shaking with barely contained rage, the former Draken stares at you with dark eyes.
So Mirazai was skilled and made to fight like this? That is a balm to my heart. And also delight to my eyes, where something was still stirring a while ago. So you are the rabble. So you and your rabble are the champions of the local arena.
Ebis frowns at the sound of the elucidator and turns away from you dismissively, exchanging a few words with the WICH standing next to him. The mocking laughter and haughty looks in your direction leave no doubt about the subject of their conversation.
Snap the elucidator's shot and address Mirazai. I want to talk to you.
Marazhai looks at you again, now more surprised than enraged. Glancing at the witches, he switches to Low Gothic.
What, Monday Key?
So what happened on the trial? You were tricked.
The Druckari narrows his eyes.
Terventius's creation must have been a low-grade imitation if the mirage did not completely overwhelm you. Even if what you say is true, what is it to you?
You're trapped. I'm trapped. We could help each other.
You? Help me?
The Druckari snorts disdainfully.
Why would the quarry help the hunter? If you expect me to believe that.
You have caused so much trouble for my protectorate, and the only fitting punishment is to drag you out of a Camorra alive so that I can... May you pay your debt. Let's make a deal. You help me take out my enemies. I shall help you take out yours.
Marazhai lifts his chin and lets out a hiss, more pensive than angry. Ebis makes an impatient gesture.
I am tired of listening to you and your old friend whispering in that primitive babble. Enough. We must go.
Marazhai grudgingly obeys the order, but as he walks away, he cannot resist tossing another unreadable look in your direction.
Okay.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Okay, so you are going weapon skill. Of course you are. And then you are going... What are you going? What are you going? You already have that. You already have that. Grant more fabric rating. Yes. We need to actually gear you up. You actually are fully geared up on the stuff we have as well. Macabre Dance... Info.
Whenever the wearer hits an opening with the charge, slash, or dons macabre abilities, they inflict bleeding, 10, on the target.
Okay, we have all our stuff back. That is good. The boots grant the wearer dodge 15 dodge reduction bonus for attacks within melee range. Dodge until the end of combat. At the start of the turn, they gain 20 dodge till the end. We have a bit of gear now. We have gotten to the point. We have a fair bit of gear. It was a couple of gloves, right? That were interesting for you. Whenever the wearer performs a melee attack, out of range attack. Okay, I know. Whenever the movement through cells occupied. Kill 5 enemies, raise your momentum to 175. That's good. That's really good. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, not spend. The attack does not spend the user's. Okay. Agility. Whenever the enemy attempts to make an attack of opportunity against the wearer, the enemy is pushed back 1 cell. That is actually fairly good. So it threw all the gear we had on us again. Okay, so we need to find the exploder. That's actually an upgrade for us. J Hedrin. Increased damage. Okay, so you are fine. Henrix is still a bit under the weather. We have our Tox caster. We have you up and running. Persuasion. Do we actually have anything that is good in that slot for you? Whenever the wearer uses a major psychic power, they gain 28 psychic power damage until next turn. Penalty, Medicaid, Corrose, Logic. Firestream applies 4 burning. I guess that's good. What kind of boost are we putting on you though? We need to put the boot on you. That. Okay, yeah. We are going to go
Your motives and methods
to the arena now. I think that's what we need to do. The thing that actually, I'm wondering how long it would actually take to go through this, because we might actually be able to do this today if I just...
What lies
Thank yous.
beyond?
My pleasure.
Let the looting begin. Let the looting begin.
And done.
Whenever the wearer performs an attack, area attack, it instantly provokes an attack for all. Whenever the wearer performs an area attack, they instantly provoke an attack of opportunity for all adjacent enemies. The wearer gains temporary wounds for each attack of opportunity provoked by the area attack. And this is... At the start of every combat, the wearer's allies gain deflection equal to the wearer's psi rating. Whenever an ally suffered any damage or loss non-temporary wounds, this effect is removed from the ally. Okay.
In this tapestry of a world, I am
We are going on a looting
rogue
spree
threat.
currently.
The ease with which the flyer took to the air suggests that their body must be extremely light. Even small
My
projectiles
pleasure.
must pose a grave danger to them mid-air.
A job for me.
Okay, so we have... Where's Deadeye trigger exposed weakness against affected enemies until the end of combat. The wearer's melee attack damage is increased by 12. That's really good. Incubus blade. Okay, yeah.
This transport adorned with massive blades would make for a deadly
They
weapon
will
on the
see.
battlefield.
Oh yes, they all will see.
Okay. Tech use over here as well.
One and it's done.
If thou seest a flaw in me, smite me.
Argenta's hoarse whispers are nothing like the usual clear, almost mellifluous voice that she uses for prayer.
Smite me.
She looks up at you. Her dark eyes gleam anxiously.
Rogue traitor. You find me at prayer. Darkness surrounds us, and we will require all the spiritual fortitude our ravaged hearts can muster.
You are distraught because of Vigdis' fates and the death of those betrayed by the Commissar.
Argenta hangs her head.
Yes. I am. I was the one who found those people. I brought them to the Commissar, I prayed for them, and I gave them hope. And he sent them to an abattoir. To die for those monsters' amusement. They might have, in their final moments, they might have thought that I, too, had betrayed them. I once more failed to see wickedness where I should have seen it. I failed those people, loyal and brave. But it is not only that. I thought, naively, that faith and perseverance had helped us, helped me, cut through the schemes of the foul Xenos. That we were on a path to freedom. In truth, though, it was all just another part of the act, and the vile monsters must have been cackling with glee as they observed my foolishness.
If prayers is helping you to get through this, I'm glad to hear it. Remain steadfast, we will break free from this darkness.
Thank you for your words of solace, rogue traitor.
Argenta pauses, contemplating something. A shadow crosses her face, followed by a flash of unreadable emotion.
Tell me, rogue traitor, do you trust me? Please, look into your heart and tell me what you see.
I do. You're a faithful ally.
But what if I am undeserving of your trust? Rogue traitor. To lose hope is to err in the eyes of the Emperor, and I am drawing closer to erring than ever before. The darkness all around me thickens, and the clutches of our captors are strong. If I am to give myself fully to the battle ahead, I will need all my strength. And to summon such strength, I must purge my soul. Tell me, will you hear my confession?
I have nothing better to do. Speak if you wish. Of course.
I killed Theodora von Valancius.
What?
Ha! We're all wearing masks, even the most righteous.
Jay shakes her head in disappointment.
Yes. It was me. Not your treacherous kin Voigtburr. Not the cultists. Me.
She speaks with a strange blend of pride and horror in her voice.
I remember every last detail. The ship was under attack. I grabbed my weapon and ran to her side, because I thought it was my duty to protect the Emperor's chosen. And what did I witness when I burst into her study? Theodora von Valancius, a rogue traitor, holding a sinister sorceress artifact radiating with profane light. It was a lens like the ones we saw in the Reichad system, except it was smaller and far more potent. I instantly knew it to be a weapon of the archenemy. I had seen objects like it before, on Solus Prime, the planet where I had sought the sacred relic and where I had nearly died at the hands of cultists. So many things were made clear to me in that moment. So piercing was the revelation, so obvious the answer to how those heretics had found their way to a planet known to none but those of House von Valancius. I fired before I could even fully comprehend what I was seeing. Terra's light must have guided my hand, for one shot was all it took. The bolter discharge destroyed both the archenemy's artifact and its owner's black heart. But I did not regret killing her, nor do I regret it now. Theodora had succumbed to the archenemy and its dark sorcery. The entire attack on the ship was merely the result of her and Voigtburr feuding over their spoils. And I realized it in my heart the moment I saw the artifact in her hand. But standing in that same room was the honorable archmilitant. A devout servant of the Emperor, and the reason I had made it off Solus Prime after the cultist attack. When he saw me firing at Theodora, he instinctively rushed to protect her. I killed him too.
Argenta lowers her gaze for a moment.
Do you remember the orphans I once asked you to meet with, rogue traitor? One of the boys was the son of the man I killed. My whole life, I had sworn I would not allow villains to orphan children of the Imperium, and then I did so myself. This is what true faith is really about. Shooting first and asking questions later. Sacrificing the innocent without thinking of the consequences. Where is your humanity, sister? The world is not divided into black and white.
Lady Theodora, Mort, fell at the hand of the one meant to protect the servants of the God Emperor. I never doubted the security of the von Valancius bloodline when you were close, but now the very foundations on which the power of the rogue traders rests seem to have been violated.
Abelard looks at Argenta with a visceral loathing in his eyes, uncovered by either courtesy or respect. Argenta looks at you anxiously, waiting for your reaction.
Do you at least regret what you did? Your hands would not be covered in blood of the innocents if you had not acted in impulse. You should have told me the truth. I have no reason to condemn you. Theodora deserved to die for treachery. As for any other victims, it's acceptable collateral damage. What is done is done. I hope we learn from this. Right now we need a way to escape. You kept this secret from me all this time?
I did. And I despised myself for doing so. Sisters of battle are taught to laugh in the face of lies and intrigue, but instead, I feared that I would face immediate execution for the murder of the rogue traitor. I hoped that people would think it was Voigtper or the cultists who killed her, and I was right. But that lie, it burned in my throat. And here, in this horrific reality away from Terra's light, I realized that I could keep my silence no longer.
Do you at least regret what you did? Your hands would not be covered in bloods of the innocent if you had acted on impulse.
I regret the deaths of innocents every waking moment. But how could I avert my eyes from heresy? That goes against my very nature. I am glad I have revealed the truth to you, rogue traitor. This dishonesty has been driving me out of my mind.
Okay. Well, let's continue the looting race.
And done.
Okay, so we have gotten a majority of the things now.
Unlocked.
My pleasure.
We will continue looting. Okay, we go this way. Okay. Xenolore.
An empty vial is lying on the ground. It contained repetropin, a stimulant that heightens one's perception of moving objects but hinders their ability to see stationary obstacles.
Oh, what is that?
The hideous pile of corpses is giving off an insufferable stench.
Unlocked.
And done.
The hideous pile of corpses is giving off an insufferable stench.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
I better myself through my service.
What is this? Run and gun, gain 1 damage whenever the wearer you use extra turn is triggered. Okay.
One step at a time.
Okay.
Amidst the madness.
Okay. What do we
Cast your eye there.
Okay. More goods. Don't mind if I do. Mangled sector. Here we come. I'm wondering. We have a lot of interesting things going on now. I think we need to do one more arena. 74. Come on, yeah, you can do it.
Unlocked.
My pleasure.
Oh, nice. The Lawbringer grants additional abilities at the end of the attacker's turn. Deals additional 30 damage and arm. Ooh, nice.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Okay. Let's have a look around here.
From what you can tell, the Druckery's insides were somehow brought to a boil. His flesh has liquefied, yet for some reason, his skin has remained intact. The otherworldly shimmer of nothingness promises peace and quiet.
What lies
Nothing's
beyond?
impossible for this old officer.
$490. Burning touch of the warp. Whenever the pain engine's wounds are reduced to 2/3. Okay, cooldown, debilation is reset. Reject the flesh. 5. Power. Lucari gains strength every. This creature can attack more than once per round. Okay. We're going to save. And we're going to give it a shot.
No peace
Suffer
in my
not the
wake.
heretic to live.
I'm thinking of actually replacing that with the flaming one here, and then throw that on J, and then just use that to just pummel the enemy.
What if? Let's see.
27. Okay, got 9 stacks there. Okay, great.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Attachment makes us.
Oh, fuck.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
If this is my death, may my blood be a worthy sacrifice.
Blessed are those who sacrifice for
That's
the Imperium.
bullshit. That's high level bullshit right there.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Strike me again. See,
I will avenge you. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. None can
The
escape
biomechanical
the
creature is flailing its limbs faintly. Its body is broken and bears the signs of combat, but it seems no one is planning to repair it. You can see the glistening flesh under the cracked carapace and the bunches of wires that permeate it. The armor plates rise heavily and the creature emits a wistful, creaking sigh full of regret.
Examine the creature.
Every limb of the creature, the hard ones on skeletal paws and the flexible ones on metallic cords, is equipped with a variety of implements similar to surgical tools. The jagged circular saws, twisted drills, and vibrating monoscalpels promise unbearable pain. You can clearly see the inside of the mechanism through the holes in its armor. Its gut can open to drag a hamstrung victim inside. Once the victim finds themselves in the monster's stomach, they will be pierced by injectors that will liquefy them. The substance will then drain to the reservoirs at the tail end of the creature.
Can you understand me?
The creature emits a series of wheezing sounds. Was it an answer, moans of agony, or just the normal rumbling of its...
The creatures in this place only understand the language of pain, Shireen. Let's smash its head in before something happens that we can't undo.
I will not hurt you anymore.
The creature's servo motors howl as they send the last remaining energy into its body. One of the limbs lunges at you, but the charge is not enough for the strike to reach its target.
An unusual exchange.
Something bursts in the creature's gut with a quiet squelch and a puddle of oil.
Finish off the creature. Okay. That's an interesting thing.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Blow it up.
The Emperor favors me today.
Yeah, okay, come on. I believe in you.
Unlocked.
And done.
Not great, but not bad either, honestly.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Combat fear, remove burning heals, old, injured, and successful Medicaid test.
Ah, careful now.
That doesn't work on that. So what is it we need to do to actually, in the stims, remove heal one fraction. One old upon test removes a trauma. Okay, so it's that one we need to use. Ooh, skin patch. Okay, yeah, that sounds nice.
The healing is much appreciated. Let me help.
Oh, take my transient gratitude.
Okay. Jay.
You love to take charge, don't you?
Magenta,
Relax,
Avella.
I've seen far worse injuries. Though I gave thee my blood and my
Suck
pain,
it up and fight.
thou hast ordained that I shall live.
Okay.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
We don't have access to the ship, so we need to use them sparingly, so we're keeping that head wound on Cabela. I don't see a reason to actually remove it. She doesn't use anything when it comes to skill checks in that way. So, yeah. To the pit we go, to the pit we go. Yeah, it's intelligence, perception, willpower, fellowship. And I don't think she uses any of it. We need to talk to some people before we do the combat. I feel like we need to talk to some people anyway. Shrieker. Witch Poisoner. Agonite. Argenta.
Argenta fervently whispers a prayer, calling down holy flame to...
May terrors...
Okay, Cabalite, Shrieker, Abelard. What does Abelard have to say?
Lord Captain, I serve at your pleasure.
How are you feeling?
I fear, Lord Captain, that without the intervention of an experienced rejuvenate adept, I will not be able to overcome this frailty on my own. Blessed throne, it is hard to be a helpless old man. I always hoped I would die, long before the day my back and hands gave out. And look at me now.
You haven't seen your departed wife again?
Not once, Lord Captain. I am of sound mind and memory. And I live to serve House von Valencius.
Any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
I am sorry to say I do not. If we had our ship and crew at our disposal, we could be safely within its walls, conduct reconnaissance of this place, and in the end, meet our deaths in battle against the Xenos, as befits true servants of the God Emperor. However, we are deprived of our usual resources. Now we can only rely on our weapons and our wits.
Yeah. Do you know anything about this place?
No, Lord Captain. And trust me, I hope to remain in this state of blissful ignorance until my dying day. Just knowing that this abyss exists at all is enough to poison my mind.
Abelard nods wordlessly and closes his eyes, both out of a desire to sleep and a desire not to see his surroundings even for a short time.
For we are thy blades, washed in blood and darkness. For we are thy wings, broken and featherless. When the crimson flood comes and the river of death flows, guard us from weakness. Burn away the fear and despair that stain our souls, for they are thine to claim.
You wish to speak with me?
You. That sounds so strange, considering how many me's were made. Can you be sure you are talking to the same woman you were close to? For all you know, you left her body lying there in the Xenos' cage, where we died and rose to profane life so many times over. And now, just when I need the blood-spun web the most, my family, my pillar, is so far away. I didn't notice it at first. This cold that cloaked my shoulders and has been weighing them down ever since we came to this dark city. The cold of solitude. Everything around me feels wrong, repulsive to my nature. But you don't feel this petrifying fear, do you? Your world and the world of the Xenos aren't all that different, are they? Both are full of duplicity and masks that cover fake aspirations and a hunger for pleasure.
Nothing. Yeah.
She glares at you, clearly wanting to add something. But instead, she merely grimaces painfully and looks away.
Our bond, Domin. Our bond was a mistake. I can't pass this trial because my thoughts are distracted by pointless worries.
After a few heavy seconds of silence, Kibella exhales through clenched teeth. Fury slowly gives way to weariness, despair. Then, quietly, she says,
Whatever has stretched the thread between us, we must stop it. It blurs our reason, robs our thoughts of their cold clarity, makes us lose the path through the labyrinth. The Vizier told us.
Void with the Nasir. If the Bloodspun web is suffocating you, you must abandon it to survive. Neither Komora nor anything you say can change how I feel about you. I want to be with you. Do you understand?
Your response hangs in the air, turning into an uncomfortable pause. Kibella closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and finally breaks the silence first.
I must return to the labyrinth, perform the dance, spin new threads, remind myself of the blood-spun web, restore my spirit. I will make this journey by myself. I'm sorry, but I need some time alone, Domin.
Where do we have Jay? There's Jay.
Let's see, your ladyship rogue trader, Shireen, bane of my soul and savior of my flesh. Cruel fate has driven us straight into the foulest corner of the galaxy. Home sweet home to the Drukhari scum. I have it on good authority that no one leaves this place. Not alive, not dead, not even in pieces.
Grim seriousness and a thin, haggard body cannot belong to Jay that you know. Before you stands a soldier, tough and no nonsense. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Jay.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock. And the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16. And then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Ifrit Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum, just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
I knew you were no princess.
Oh, really, Shireen? And there I thought you were quite ready to believe my time-honed thespian performance.
Do you have a family?
The folks on Footfall are my only family, Shireen. The trickster twins and the rest of the rabble, plain-talking and loyal as dogs. And sometimes as dull as the pommel of a worn-out blade.
So, you used to be in the Imperial Guard?
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, ma'am. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and Heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now, all the more.
How do you get involved with Kasbalika?
What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good watering hole, where the high and mighty of that world congregated. Another time, our regiment was sent to defend the tallest spires on a hive world. and I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives. And by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth, instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse.
That's a true statement there.
My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the guard command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Kasbalika took notice.
So you are a deserter as well.
You know, Shireen, I could still be bouncing around from one world to another, holed up on tired old ships with only venal grunts for company, if I hadn't decided I wanted more for my life. I accepted a shipment from the Kasbalika of certain chemicals. You know, for carnal pleasures and the like. Some bigwig was throwing a party to celebrate his 5th decade in the service. And that's when I caught the attention of the newly arrived commissar. I was rummaging through the pockets of Astra Militarum with one hand and shuffling the Kasbalican cargo with the other. You can imagine what would have happened to my head had the commissar not started with my higher-ranked patrons.
Yeah, cross her thumbs over the metallic throat with a bittle chuckle. That explains the lung implant. But what about the hand?
It was orcs. Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen. Whoop the never mind.
How are your lungs?
Good as new, Shireen. No, honest. I can breathe and I'm not coughing up blood in people's faces anymore. You did well by me again, Shireen. Thank you. I will do my best to repay you in kind.
About your new persona.
Don't give me that look, Shireen. The plotting nobles, the scheming footfall thugs, the mysteries of Xeno artifacts, the bowing and scraping before the self-indulgent ecclesiarchy. All that's gone. Everything beyond these walls melted away like a dream. I'm fighting for my life. My soul's being torn to shreds and my body's bleeding. Is it too much to ask to want to be myself, Shireen?
If this closer to real you, you can keep acting like. If this is closer to the real you, then keep acting like this. Dodge yourself now, but when we're back in the Expanse, you will return to your princess guise and not disgrace my main. This boorish demeanor certainly is a better match for your vile personality. However you wish. I will not impose my will upon you.
Oh, well, thanks, I suppose. But can I be the person I really want to be some other time, Shireen? But while we're stuck on Kamura, being a soldier just sits better with me. Can't imagine why.
Do you have any ideas about how to get out of here?
That's a negative, Shireen. Hatching clever plans has been the last thing on my mind recently, you see? But on the bright side, while that Ashmag homunculus, may the Ashi devour that black-souled bag of bones, was busy experimenting on me, I managed to nick a couple of trinkets from his laboratory. Here, they may come in useful, if not for escaping, then at least for surviving in this rotten hole.
I thought of keeping you by my side makes me sick. No? No. Remain vigilant. I shall need your help yet.
Sir, yes, sir, your ladyship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Jade lips curve into a faint smile now that the seal of silence had been shackled. That the seal of silence that had shackled them for years has finally broken.
The SSLYTH may have been gravely maimed, but his gaze remains proud, piercing, and malicious.
Okay. Yes. Okay. We are continuing on, just shrugging through this. We are killing everything that isn't. I actually am enjoying the fact that I'm just like, oh, you don't agree with me? Then die. The fact we killed your lad is still
Patience.
bothering me a
My
bit.
nerves are frayed.
I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, she got what she deserved. She had betrayed us, thinking she betrayed us to. She betrayed us to the Drukhari, thinking that she would get a free pass because she gave us. She gave us to them, and just that is just a lie. First is a woe exerted of Wade. The bloodstained prototype will face the sophisticated killer of the Cabal, the Poison Whisper, and the challengers who have already survived one fight in the arena will go up against the fresh meat provided by Cabal of the Wounded Skies. Come on. Is this what we have to face this time?
What
Yep.
a curious specimen.
Are you challenging me, Phil?
Guided by faith.
Okay. We are just going to start
Doubt is
posing
for the
them
weak.
down.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
Run and gun. Okay. Heavy flamer.
Rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds is... As the Emperor commands, I act.
You know what? We're going this route.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I will not. I'll do it.
Okay.
Your suffering was the same.
It's nothing.
Ouch.
I bring mercy and retribution, as the tenets demand. I shall not caught by the web. Trust me.
Okay. I can kill those. I can kill that. Problem is over here on this side. So we are... Can we actually... No, we can't. Too bad. do that. And then we do that. That kills. Doesn't kill anyone.
Eradicated. I can do that with the right incentive.
A wicked thought.
You've unleashed my...
A genius at work.
I will tear your heart out for this.
Okay, so we killed one.
Watch my back. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
I can do that.
How about
With the
no?
right incentive.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
A work for a playtrough.
Indeed.
I am a prey taker.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is each strike is a prayer.
Unleashed my fury.
Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I don't want to use the ultimate.
I'll do it. My Emperor!
I will tear your heart out for this.
From the ashes, I will rise.
Death whispers my name. As honor or death, come. The other side awaits.
What a pleasure.
Moving closer. Okay, fair enough. Wait, okay, we're moving closer. Okay, you're up here now.
The shadows will see it done.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
My blade whispers your name.
That's what I call damage.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, now it's your turn. That means everyone's getting debuffed.
This can't be over.
Okay, that includes you as well. Great. And
What if... another one is shattered.
and
Schemes within schemes within schemes. Fate claims another one.
Don't get too cocky.
oh, you know what?
Let's see.
I like it.
Ebis runs his fingers along the edge of his blade.
Your former captives. You have a chance to rectify the mistake that made you forfeit your Archon's favor.
One of the witches lets out an acerbic laugh.
I doubt Yermaris will change her mind. And Sinisthorid will surely not want to give up her new plaything.
Marashai glances at the witches, his eyes brimming with a sea of powerless rage. A moment later, he looks at you. His expression changes slightly, one eyebrow arching as if he is trying to make some agonizing decision.
Look at Marseille in the eye. My offer still stands. Would you consider switching sides?
Octavia the Fire Axe, did you take too many hits to the head? You're not going to, are you?
Cabela gasps in shock.
How am I to protect you from Xenos if you welcome the vilest of them into your honored retinue? Foolish monkey. The former Draken of the Reaving Tempest is the property of the cult and only the succubi have the right.
The tormented expression in Marseille's eyes vanishes, to be replaced with the malevolent resolve you have come to know.
Your offer is accepted, Monday Key. What did you say, you arrogant wretch?
Someone's in trouble.
My blood sings in anticipation. A dance of blades and shadows.
Dodge? Okay.
Let your soul be purged. The pain tenfold. As the tenets demand.
Okay.
Trust me.
Okay. Abyss. Okay. Champion. Then Marseille. Then Tortured and Agatha. Then Tortured and... Should have done that at first, but... Ouch!
I will savor your delectable angry.
You will pay for this in my soul hunger bet.
Ouch!
This is my death. May my blood be a worthy
God Emperor,
sacrifice.
move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Here's the kicker.
Doubt is for the weak.
Woe to you.
I'll do it.
Your last stroke of luck.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen.
Out for this.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, a genius at work.
Pay for this in blood.
No.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay, so we killed a few more. Great.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
Can I hit? Yeah, I think this is priority.
A wicked thought.
Your last stroke of luck.
Okay, need to take this one down a bit, I think. But First, we're going to do
Am I
that,
getting paid for this?
and then
Don't
do
get
that.
too cocky. How about no?
Eh.
Jai Haydari. Remember the name.
Pain tenfold.
I'm Amanda.
My place is at the fall.
You know what? We are going to test out this combo on you.
It will be done. Just a minor setback.
Okay.
Death whispers my name. I am your blade and shield. Do
Heal
you
up.
think my body was suffering?
I'll show you the real pain.
I'll do it.
Increase fire rate,
Through a
and
command.
then
You on the art of pain.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
we just. Okay, yeah.
Guided by faith.
Okay, let's just do that, and then just do that, and that should kill everything.
I brook no opposition.
Final blood is disappointing. The pathetic amateurs who were wrongfully proclaimed champions of the arena have been brought down by the hands of an unworthy. Impale the failures. Glory to the victor.
Mara's High shakes the blood off his blades and turns to you, battle fury still blazing in his eyes. A moment later, his lips twist into a smile.
Well, now. One can only marvel at the fickle turns of fate, rogue traitor. Sometimes we all have to contend with circumstances that make any ally count.
Abelard is trying to convince himself, looking at the Xenos in indignation and dismay.
It is easy for you to say, Abelard. The Undying One will call upon you soon, but for how long are the rest of us supposed to tolerate this, ally?
Soon. I beg your pardon? No, don't say anything, Mistress Kybella. I will have none of it. So, Monday Key.
Mara's High looks at you with a strange expression as if struggling to comprehend what has just transpired.
You really are intent on escaping from the chasm, aren't you? Bold ambitions for arena meet.
I have no desire to die for the spectators' amusement. I take it neither do you.
Never. I will break out of this arena, avoid the cult's executioners, and make Yrmaris and Nazraki pay for every moment of my humiliation.
You will take us to the chasm now. It will take us to the chasm now. Let us talk somewhere quiet. The Shrieker Den will do. Call me Mungai one more time and our partnership is over.
He grimaces.
I will make an effort not to.
They will take us to the chasm now. Let us talk somewhere quiet. The Shrieker Den will do.
Yes, we have much to discuss. I will head there now. Do not make me wait.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Abyss. Oh, that greatsword looks... When this sword hits a bleeding enemy, it removes the bleeding effects and inflicts toxin. The same power. The wielder gains dodge percentage until their next turn.
What lies beyond?
Okay. And loot those as well. Collect all. Yes. It's interesting to see, because Cabela is a new follower. It's the DLC, so haven't played with her. Killed him last playthrough. No questions asked. I just murdered him. No hesitation in that, honestly. Incinerator. The target suffered double damage from ignite. Pyromancy. Orchestra flame. We're not going telepathic. We're not going sanctic powers. We are going incineration or molten beam. Those are the only two options we have. Until the next turn, their allies also remove exploit and int bonus. No. And I think we're going... The target suffered double damage of the ignite psychic power. Half the fire damage of all burning creatures in the line of sight. That could be good. I see some uses in it. Let's take it. Persuasion. Jay actually has higher in that as well. Imperium lore. You know what? Imperium lore. Breakthrough. Sworn ally. Warrior me. Yep. Wait. Warrior listens to a terrifying scream, drawing attention of their ally, becoming priority for any ally fails. Oh, yeah, sure. Athletics. Dash that. Immediately spend all their AP and MP and gain. Next time the soldier uses run and gun, they gain back all spent AP plus 1 additional AP. It also reset the cooldown of all soldier abilities except run and gun. That could be good, but no. Demolition. Out of authority. Get back in line. Officer grants 5+ from until the end of combat. They have 1 extra action point. Okay, fair enough. What do we want with her? Imperium, Warp, Xenos, Tech Use, Commerce, Coercion. Coercion is the lowest. And how are you doing? Blood of Veil of Blades. Blade Dancers, next attack inflict bleeding on all targets hit. These targets must pass toughness test. All enemies immobilized by captive audience count as full cover. Audience gains an eye. Okay, yeah, this we can test that out. Imperium, warp, tech use, persuasion. You really have no athletics? Yeah, sure.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Scaffold go down. What the fuck's going on? What the fuck happened? I must return to the chicken tent. My duty calls me. What was that sullen? Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen now,
There will be
but
no peace in my wake.
what is going on with Argenta? I don't know, but we will see now.
Time seems to stand still when you enter. Figures cast in shadow, huddled against the walls, turn to you. Everyone except the few standing frozen in the middle of the room with weapons in their hands. Argenta is panting, but her weapon is steadily trained on Mara's high.
May thy will fortify my hand, may my faith in thee grant me strength.
Mara's high lightly brandishes his blades, laughing mockingly in his opponent's face.
I can continue dancing with you for a long, long time, but I am growing weary of your pathetic attempts.
What's going on?
Not all your lackeys are well trained, Octavia the Fire Axe. As soon as I crossed the threshold of this squalid hole, I was forced to take up arms.
The abomination that you have allowed into the ranks of your companions must die. This is his will and my duty, rogue traitor.
Argenta's eyes burn with a frenzied, incinerating fire.
And what about the rest of you? You just stood by and watched?
Who am I to stand in the way of the Imperium's justice?
Shireen, true wisdom lies in knowing when to step forward, and when to step back and blend into the wall. His name did not fall from your lips, Daman Octavia the Fire Axe. That is the only reason to draw one's blade in this rotten city. Otherwise, most everyone here should be slaughtered.
I did not say much of your life, so you could take the matter into your own hands and put away your weapons, all of you.
Argenta's gaze upon you is full of condemnation.
I will not oppose you, rogue traitor, though my soul may clamor for the destruction of this foul thing. But I will wait for it to give me cause. I will wait eagerly.
Mara's high takes his eyes off the exit and looks at you. The contorted mask of battle rage slides from his face, and he sheaths his blades.
If your lackeys have seen enough of the show, I have business to discuss with you, Octavia the Fire Axe.
Mara's high is casually inspecting his armor for damage, seemingly unperturbed by the attempted reprisal against him.
Monkey. Rogue trader. There is something you must do for me.
You have the nerve to disrespect the person who just dragged you out of the arena alive? Silently listen.
The soul of Erimeris, the Archon of the Reaving Tempest. It should belong to me. I do not know where, I do not know how, but that bitch tried to dispatch me without sullying her own hands, and she deserves to lose her life. Her soul will remain in my soul trap.
With a lazy nod, Marseille indicates the dark crystal hanging from his belt.
When we at last face each other, and we will face each other, even if I have to gut all of Camorra to do it. And if you're there when it happens, do not even think of trying to deliver the final blow. Only an Aziriesh has the right to take the life of an Aziriesh, and that right is mine.
Very well, should we encounter Imres any point, I shall allow you to deal the final blow.
The answer I was expecting. I do not expect to wait long for the confrontation. When my sister learns of what occurred in the arena, she will send assassins, or decide to come herself.
Mara's high breaks off. All his attention is now focused on a bent plate on his shoulder. A second later, he grips the edge of the plate and, with a strangled groan, tears it off. The piece dislodges with a hiss. Mara's high begins to straighten the bent plate with his hands, revealing the surprising strength contained within his lean body.
Look at what the plate was covering.
You are shocked to find no underarmor or clothing. It seems the thin, light armor is attached directly to the Druckery's pale skin, roped with veins. You notice 2 pinprick marks surrounded by purplish bruises. Something pierced his flesh here, and that is what kept the armor plate in place.
What are you looking at?
After a few seconds, some ancient awareness spikes in you. The rapt attention of a deadly predator is focused on you. Your eyes dart up. Mara's high has noticed your interest. Silently, he turns his head to you and leans down. His eyes bore into yours, his gaze mocking and charged with promise.
What are you looking at?
Armor is held on by hooks that dig into your body?
Correct. Directly into the nerve centers. Direct stimulation of the trigger points, provoking constant, unrelenting pain. Do you know how pleasurable it feels when your suffering rings out in unison with another's? The overwhelming ecstasy when your own agony bleeds into the agony of your enemy. My world is woven from that pleasure. I can show you that world. I can teach you, if you do as you are told.
Seize Mersai by the throat. I will gladly look upon the world in which you know your place.
The Druckery's eyes widen in astonishment. With a hiss, he intercepts your arm, gripping your wrist. And you notice the gleam in his dark eyes and the hint of a smile on his twisted lips. Mara's high could easily rip your hand from his neck if he wanted to. He is playing along with obvious enjoyment.
I do. And I will not forget my place, so long as you do not lose your grip. As you have already promised me, Rimaris, I will leave you now. When it is time to kill, let me know.
Okay. We are... Oh. Shrieker's Arsenal. Really? It's filled? Eldari armor. Oh, this is the stuff I had before, huh? I think so, right? Assassin, warrior, assassin. Okay, that's an interesting point. Poised strike. Eldari equipment? While my side is bleeding, his fellowship and willpower is increased. While bleeding, my side gains toughness and additional armor. When my side is bleeding, every kill he makes grants him 5 bonus. Okay, yeah, sure. Create an opening. What is your stats, honestly? 35. Xenolore 60, Imperium 0, 35, Medicaid 30, Demo 75, okay. Coercion, Gross, okay. Gross then. Each opening on the same target reduces the target. Yep. Intelligence. Weapon skill and agility is the ones you went for. Agility, toughness, strength, fellowship, intelligence, ballistic, perception, toughness then, I guess. Yeah. Do you have the point? How much health do you actually have? That's an interesting point. You have 57 health. You have nothing, my dear sir. Splash kills a target. Enemy when gains 2. Okay, yeah. Black Bearer. Destroy every melee attack that the character makes, reduces the armor until the end of combat. Yep. That might actually be the best one, right? Death. 36%. Pinpoint accuracy. Ignore one of the enemy's deflection. Shot for attack. Over penetration. Whenever the enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against it. Okay, yeah. Carmine Whisper. For every 10. Okay, yeah. Toughness. Do you have... You have Nimble. You have Dual Mastery. Okay. So you already have kind of everything. Okay. Additional armor then. Forceful Strike is really good. Medicaid? Sure. I want to see what kind of... Okay. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, remove burning... Okay, fair enough. Just decent. It's not great, but it's decent. Each hit reduces toughness. Clave area attack has an area effect. Rifle has a Deadeye shot. Deadeye shot deals additional 3 damage. Poison. Shard Carbine? Nah. Blaster. Okay. Okay, what do you have? This armor deals piercing damage to any target in melee range when the wearer makes a melee attack. Okay. Spiky boy. Armor against range. Okay, really? Bloodblast, coercion. And we get something that actually... You can actually equip everything, but nothing shows up on you. Okay, fair enough. Like, a lot of them are... Eldari can't get equipped on you. Okay, fair enough. Only for Drukarian. Okay. Every time more than 2 target wielders gain momentum. Every time when more than 2 targets damaged by the wielder area. Okay, yeah, that goes in on you. No question about it. And honestly, fitting something good for you is going to be a pain. Because we really don't have that many good things. Once immediately remove burning effect. All these receive impact. Taunting Scream. Has 5+ Xenolore. You have 45 Xenolore. It's not going to make a difference. Most of the things here is just not going to make a difference. And it doesn't show up on you, so I'm kind of bummed out about that. Damage to flame weapon. The wear attacks made against... Okay. Grants 10% critical hit chance. It's double if they didn't move. 5% damage. Run and gun. Ballistic and crit damage. If the wearer is an assassin and successfully dodges and parries attacks, it automatically creates. What are you on? Each melee attack performed by the wearer increases the armor by 8% until the end. Oh, I think that might actually be better. Shoes. Perform a single shot attack. The boots grants the wearer 15 dodge reduction. Whenever the wearer performs a melee attack, ranged attack, no. Whenever move through occupy, the wearer uses a consumable item. Okay, that's druggy. Whenever the wearer attacks, hot rail. Here is one of the things I actually want. I want them to show you, if you hover over the abilities, what tree that is from. That goes there. No question about it. It is worth it. Do we actually... Okay, we need... You're going to be that way. We are going to head out. Here's a kicker, like... I actually saw a meme about why isn't Argenta and Marzerian actually agreeing with each other? Abelard asks the captain that, and the captain just says, they agree totally fine. What do you mean? You just listen here. Let's go and kill some heretics. At the word of heretic, Argenta pops up. At the word of kill, Marseille pops up, and it's just like, yeah, they do agree. No, we actually have goods here.
Unlock.
My pleasure.
Okay, let's head in here.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
The rising currents carry the smells of pain, blood, itcher, and failed ambitions. The smells of the dark city. With my wings flung open, I weave a path through the spires like a dark lightning bolt, chaotic and unpredictable in its patterns. To fly is to hunt, and everyone in flight hunts everyone else. Even I, Scourge God Herit Bloodfeather, do not have the privilege of inviolability around these parts. I may become someone else's prey, except probably not today. This day I am the hunter. My homunculus modified olfactory receptors pick up the scent of my prey, and I tread cautiously as I approach it. The stench of monkey is foul but varied, and the scent of my prey is quite telling. A powerful specimen, brash and reeking of the blood of others. I descend to the minaret that grows out of the nearest spire and provides me with an excellent view. Accelerated reflexes allow me to assess the situation in a fraction of an instant. It is time.
But I still decide to wait and get a better look at the prey.
A female monkey. A pampered upper-caste cub who was fed and equipped with the best their race can offer. It certainly arrived in the Dark City recently, the city which has not yet managed to leave a mark of perpetual expectation of doom on its flattened snout. The most glorious game which clings to life the strongest and leaves the sweetest death essence. The reflexes urge the muscles to act.
Act.
The shard carbine spews forth a stream of crystalline projectiles that howl and shatter as they pierce the flesh of the prey. A deadly slashing blizzard drapes the street in bloody snow, the bodies of random passers-by caught in the fire falling to the ground. This is a common occurrence in the spires. Everyone around me flees from the field of death whose borders I have made clear. The prey falls, but it is still alive. I did not expect the hunt to end with the first salvo. The prey is badly injured. I can easily finish it off in the open.
The prey is trying to locate me among the tangled spikes and minarets.
Awareness test succeeded. Its frantic gaze is looking for my winged figure. The hyperpupils allow me to examine the prey's face. I can see its eyes scrutinize my gear. There is no need to hide anymore, so I stand up to my full height and emit a wailing battle cry. Let the prey know what will kill it.
Summon companions to aid.
A mistake. I unleash a new fan of crystalline shards, and the flesh of the prey blossoms with new cuts from my projectiles. Anyone who tries to approach it will be killed by the brittle shrapnel. The prey should have run away, not given me more chances to cripple it. The prey is weak.
Break into a run.
Clever. By escaping from the open streets, the prey has deprived me of the advantage of my long-range weapon. But I will not let it escape, so I spread my wings and soar over the alley, pelting the prey with bursts of indirect fire. The chase must not end too soon. The petitioner wanted my prey to die slowly. There is a strangeness to the movements of the prey as it dashes away one moment and freezes the next. My receptotropin-altered pupils are adept at detecting movement, but they are worse at perceiving stationary subjects. And my prey seems to be aware of this.
Toughness. Flee down the most predictable and straightforward route, hoping that its strength does not abandon it. Slip away using bodies of random passers-by. Grab somebody's weapon and return from the ground and return the fire at random.
Ballistic skill test succeeded. The air fills with gunfire. As soon as the prey fires the first shot, everyone starts shooting at everyone else. This chaotic firefight engulfs the entire street. It spreads across the dark city like a wildfire, mindless and violent. I am forced into a steep dive, spinning around and dodging the tracks of multiple projectiles. The damn trick worked, and I let out a frustrated squeal.
The hunt continues.
The prey manages to elude me for a moment by ducking into a crowded street. The jet booster on my back emits a stream of ghostly blue flame and I continue my pursuit. As I storm into the street, I see the prey again. This is a nice catch. The petitioner wanted me to deliver the prey to her, but I decide to do something different. When it is over, I will impale the body of the prey on a spike protruding from the highest spire, so that it serves as testament to my victory. My flight is swift. Everything unnecessary and atavistic had been cut from my body so that air currents carry it like a projectile from a splinter rifle. Alas, this is also my weakness. I am so light, even a small obstacle can throw me off course. But the prey has no idea how vulnerable I am in flight. Willpower test succeeded. The initial horror caused by my sudden attack has already worn off. The prey has suppressed its panic and is acting decisively and boldly. A commendable triumph of will over instinct.
Turn some bystanders against me. Seeking to slow me down, the prey turns some bystanders against me.
Coercion test succeeded. It only takes the prey a couple of furious shouts to convince those huddled in the alley that a monster is coming for their heads. Lies. I am only pursuing the prey. I am met with frantic gunfire and, after making a sharp ascent, I take a pair of plasma grenades from my belt and hurl them into the crowd. The bodies of the gullible fools who believed the prey evaporate and turn into bloody mist. The luckier ones fire at me and one of the shots brings me to the ground. I wail furiously and finish them off with pointed bursts from my shard carbine. To cast me down is an indelible insult.
The conclusion is drawing closer. Logic.
As I turn the corner, I triumphantly realize that I have driven the prey into a dead end. It is time for the massacre. The poison I received from the petitioner as payment for the hunt is contained in the crystalline projectiles and should have worked by now. It will slow down the nervous system of my prey, weaken its muscles, and render it unconscious. Karas test succeeded. But when I see the prey, I fail to discern any trace of the poison's effects. Could the prey be so strong that its body has overcome my deadly battle toxin?
I don't know. Looks defenses and I attack, failing to notice the trap that has been laid before me. It is not where I expected to be, having climbed the ledge of the wall and lunged at me. It lunges at me and bellows. Lunges at me first and I realize too late it's not desperation but cold determination behind it. Yeah, we climb the ledge and attack it.
Athletics test failed. With my wings folded, I ratchet up the jet booster and glide under the prey. It lands behind me, disappointed.
Everything will be over in moments.
The outcome will be decided in close combat. Wasting no time, my prey and I seize one another in a violent, furious embrace. Every decision made over the course of this fleeting hunt is being weighed, tipping the scale that will ultimately determine the winner. My embedded glands spew hyperadrenaline into my bloodstream and my artificially grown muscles convulsively swell under the porous fabric of my ghost plate. I torment the prey with claws protruding from my forearms and knees, and the prey
allows me closer, envelop me in a deadly embrace and hoping to suffocate me before I tear it to shreds. Bangs on brute force and is trying to break my fragile bones and shatter my joints. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Strength test succeeded. Powerful blows crush the hollow bones drilled by the crafty homunculus. Their lightness served me well during the flight but has betrayed me here on the ground. I lose my footing, my body going floppy like a rag. My strength waning, I reach for the shard carbine and shoot the prey right in the face at point-blank range. The crystalline projectile whizzes within a hair's breadth of its face. A crushing blow turns my magnificent weapon to rubble with a mournful crunch.
The prey grabs me by my throat, lifts me in the air and snarls. It seems it wants to know why I attempted to kill it.
Would I tell it if I could? About my petitioner, Kikras the WYCH. About how insulted she was by the deaths of her fosterlings, the blood-stained proselytes, in the arena at the hands of my prey. About how badly she wanted to spite the prey's master, the sour-tempered Hemanculus Terventius who had arranged that insult. I do not know, for my throat is crushed and only a faint wail escapes it. I am dying at the feet of my prey. No, at the feet of a monkey. A humiliating end for one who earned the status of apex hunter of Comora through torturous alterations of the flesh and a bloody pilgrimage to the very top of the spires. Does it hurt to perish like this? It does. Is it fair? It is.
A chaotic burst of violence that flooded the street of Comora ended just as abruptly as it erupted. Such is the life in the spire.
They will see.
Wait.
Oh yes,
We can go this way.
they all will see.
Okay, and in we go again. I thought maybe it would actually have changed like major things going into this, but it hasn't really changed any major things from the decisions I made. We can talk to Olfar.
Singing softly under his breath, the man of enormous proportions is intently stripping raw meat from a bone with his teeth. His unwashed red hair is falling into his face, his beard is matted and blood-stained, and the aforementioned teeth look more like fangs than any human equivalent. A less knowledgeable person might not recognize this giant humanoid, but you are well aware that this is a space marine, an angel of the Emperor. The scar tattoos on his body, which at first appeared abstract and primitive, together form the angular image of a wolf's mouth with bared fangs. This person must be the genetic offspring of Lemon Russ, the space wolf of Fenris.
Renjold Valk.
Fenris Yolda, mortal. You know the old words. Good words. Strong as a rock. Sharp as the blade of a force axe. Deadly as a kraken's tooth.
The red-haired giant's jaws stop their work. Emotions are hard to read on the crudely hewn face, but you think you have surprised him.
Fenris Hjolda, mortal. You know the old words. Good words. Strong as a rock. Sharp as the blade of a force axe. Deadly as a kraken's tooth.
The words are spoken in the guttural rasp of an inveterate killer, wholly in keeping with the man's formidable appearance. But you did not expect him to slip into poetic epithets so readily. Picking a piece of meat from between his teeth, the warrior resumes his murmured singing. Between the lines of his song, he tosses out.
What do you want?
Listen closely to the song the prisoner is singing to himself.
You do not know the language. The sounds seem crude and mangled but not entirely lacking the harsh dignity of a form of Gothic, while also sounding similar to the rumble of a landslide, sharp and choppy guttural phrases tumbling forth in a harsh rhythm.
Try to join in the singing.
You close your eyes and enter the flow of the song, like slipping into a fast-flowing mountain river. Words rise up naturally in your mind. They are not the same ones sung by the prisoner, but you sense their aptness. Verse flows from your lips, full of surprising poetic metaphors and bloody details of a nameless hero fighting monsters under the light of unfamiliar stars.
You are the one who has supped the mead of the Skjalds, I see. In the long haul, some of my brothers would be eager to tell you of their exploits so that you would sing a saga of their deeds.
Study the man.
The huge body with straggly, overgrown red hair perfectly suits the deep, chilling voice of this man, or of this beast in the guise of a man. Tribal scar-like tattoos cover his chest, arms, and back, and you glimpse intricate braids in his massive unwashed hair. His body bears so many pale scars that you cannot count them all, and muscles bulge beneath his skin like boulders. He looks like a statue carved from stone. It is clear that captivity has sapped this prisoner of none of his physical power. Your assessment is confirmed when you spot the remains of a druckary in the pile of carrion at his feet, likely one of the Hemunculus's servants. The druckary's flesh appears to be making a fine snack for your new acquaintance.
Who are you?
I am a wolf.
At first glance, the man does not strike you as possessing great intellect. He is clearly more accustomed to mauling and killing than thinking. But you detect a certain shrewdness in his eyes. After looking you over, he says shortly,
I am a wolf.
How do you come to be here?
My pack answered the Inquisition's call and came to the Coronis Expanse. There was a battle, and then the young wolves yearning to be meat for their brotherlings. To a feast of bolters they went out roving. Though they were but few, one long fang with them went loping. Not to see them cut down by scythes unclean. The pups he sent scattering, and there stood alone the paths guarding. For a foe he long spied, one worthy among unworthy. The song of swords singing, they clashed with clamor and skill, until stood the old wolf upon the bones. Then, by the birds of battle, was he brought down. Was that clear enough? This saga sounds less interesting in prose.
Why does the homunculus keep you in a cage?
For his own safety. When I am not busy killing inhuman spawn in the arena, the Xenos fear my will.
I want to help you.
Who are you to offer me help? You stink of Xenos. I see you are on friendly terms with them. You are not sitting in a cage, and you smell of someone else. Someone spiteful and cunning. You cannot help me.
You must be planning to escape, yes.
And why do you want to know?
Point towards the meat in his hand. They don't feed you?
A predator does not eat only when it is hungry. There are many reasons to eat.
Answer just obedient... Oblique... What?
1. Answer just as obliquely there must have been a reason for this bloody repast.
For a moment, the vicious grin loses some of its sincerity and the bloodthirsty prisoner casts an intense, scrutinizing look at your face, as if trying to read your thoughts.
That warrior such as you could prove useful to me.
To get what you want, you will have to convince two very headstrong individuals. Me and my captor.
In this tapestry of a world,
Tervantius rushes about the laboratory, snatching up certain tools, vials, and notes. He conceals some of these items inside his own body cavities and destroys the rest.
Did something happen?
The cult of the fatal thirst craves blood. Specimen. Your blood. My blood. One must be astoundingly insensitive to the vibrations of the Dark City not to realize this.
The Hemunculus notices Mara's high.
Draconeser race. After you went against the Archon of the Reaving Tempest, you decided to violate the wishes of the Archon of the Black Heart as well? You were thrown into the arena to die. You show wretched incompetence by defying your masters. My presence offends you, I see? Good.
Mara's High sneers and looks around.
You have made yourself quite comfortable here in the chasm. Is this where you have kept the things that you dared not bring to the spire of the Reaving Tempest? It must be vexing, having to abandon it all as you flee the cult's wrath.
One of Tervansh's limbs twitches and strikes blindly. Only Mara's High's reflexes save him from a fatal neck wound, but the Homunculus makes no further attempts to attack. He seems to care more about his substances and instruments than the insufferable Kabbalite.
I don't care about Kikaros, you promised me to get me out of here.
You hear mockery in the Homunculus's voice.
Forget the old promises, Monday Key. This is war. My loyal servants are being slaughtered across the chasm. I cannot take any more specimens away with me, and the ones I have already packed are far more valuable than you.
Mara's High's face suddenly changes. His mocking grin gone, he fixes his gaze on the Homunculus.
Into the spire of the Reaving Tempest? To hide under the wing of Yrmeres, an Archon fallen into disgrace? What an imprudent choice. You should run away from her and her troubles, unless you are somehow connected to her crime.
Tervansh's glares at Mara's High.
You were not in a position to know about the Archon's plans before, much less now.
Why do the Winches decide my
You
death?
humiliated them, Monday Key. Kikaros and I agreed that she would send fresh meat against you, but she decided to undermine my authority by sending out her best. You slaughtered them, and so it was the cult's authority that suffered. But who cares about a pathetic Monday Key? You are my lackey and thus it is I who is responsible for undermining the cult's authority.
You should be careful what you wish for, Xenos.
And it wasn't enough for you to just kill them. You enticed one of the blood-stained proselytes to join the Monday Key side. As the entire chasm watched. A slap in the face of the cult wasn't enough for you, so you decided to spit in its face as well?
Yep.
Oh, but there is more. I hope Kikaros and Sinistheria are now writhing in horror at the mere thought that their headless subordinates have lost the Kabbalite who was sentenced to death by Nazraki himself. First they decided to play at charity by making me a proselyte, and now, they let me slip through their fingers. Oh, I wish I could see the succubus's face when she was given the news.
You dispatched me to kill Winches. Are you telling me you did not anticipate such consequences?
It was supposed to go differently. Your performance was supposed to be a lesson in respect, not a declaration of war. You would have killed someone unimportant and made the Wishes' vanity bleed. The Wishes would have received your head as a salve for their wounded pride. They would have been reminded for a time that I was still someone who could greatly complicate their existence. Instead, you have failed me, all of you. Kikaros did not keep her word, and you did not die in her trap. It is all your fault that things have spiraled out of control.
Oh, my fault, yeah.
So your original plan would have still had us all dead. You self-dissected creep.
So, what's the plan?
I will leave the anatomical opera and withdraw to the spire of the Reaving Tempest. The Wishes won't dare to settle their scores under the eye of my patrons, so the Cabbal's valuable servant is safe from their ire. As for you, go out into the streets of the chasm and die. Or go to the arena and try to kill Kikaros. Even if you succeed, you will still die.
The Homunculus mutters furiously and haughtily.
I should have stopped wasting time on this idiocy long ago. All those pathetic simpletons did was weaken my focus and distract me from my masterpiece. At last, I can devote all of myself to it.
You managed to bring about your own downfall, after all. Don't be such a coward. Let us face and kill all of them. I shall end Kikaros.
Tervansh has become so absorbed in his thoughts that he starts shearing off pieces of his own flesh with his scissor-like claws.
Enter the arena. The succubi will not pass up this chance to gut you in front of an audience. If you could simply wound Kikaros, it would give us both enough time to escape. For that, I would be willing to sacrifice the deadliest and most valuable specimens in my collection. If you manage to kill her, run. Sinistheria will not let such impertinence go unpunished, and her wrath is 100-fold more dangerous than Kikaros's fury. Do not return to the chasm, you will find no shelter there. Seek salvation in other spires, and you may prolong your agony for a short time.
Master, allow me to take this Mace Marine you keep in a cage.
No.
The Homunculus snaps curtly, and he returns to his work. Noticing that you are still waiting for something, he hisses irritably, still not taking his eyes off the experiment.
If you wish to continue wasting my time with your pathetic pleading and whining, specimen, then you know the price. Pay up or get out.
I have nothing to pay you with but my own flesh. Hold out a bag of samples. Of course, master.
Terventius extracts a piece of flesh, examines it fastidiously, palpating and tearing off fragments, then places it in some sort of container.
It will do. Obedient specimen. So be it, you have earned a few minutes of my attention. The answer is still no. This particular Mundaki specimen has phenomenal parameters. I previously studied 2 other specimens of the same breed but have yet to untangle their genetic secrets. He also performs well enough in the arena. I will not part with the last specimen.
If you do not release with him, I will definitely succeed and better both our interest. Surely it's dangerous to keep such a prisoner in your wood. What if he escapes and comes for your head?
The Homunculus scoffs.
Do you truly think some Mundaki can frighten me? His body may be strong, but his mind is simple, and therefore he is no more difficult to keep under control than any other member of your species.
Lots of some Monkai would never impede the work of the mind as great as yours.
Perhaps the genetic subtype of all 3 specimens was defective, and this is the cause of my limited success. In that case, the loss of this specimen would not be significant. I recommend pain as a means of pacification. And you can take his armor. I found it entirely unintriguing.
Terventius hands you a bone key.
Which specimen in part? Do not waste my time, specimen. I am not in the habit of conversing with specimens.
The Homunculus looks at you with an impatient and unsettling grimace.
I'm willing to pay for it.
After rummaging through what you have, Terventius pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He splits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth, thinks for a while, and finally concludes.
Curious. You have earned my attention, specimen. Speak quickly.
My condition has been rather grave since I arrived in Camorra. I shall need equipment if I'm to kill your enemies.
The servants are always dragging worthless trifles in here. I have no use for them. Find yourself a club or a sharp stick suited to your abilities. You could try something more advanced, assuming you are not afraid of accidentally killing yourself with it.
Okay. Exo, strength, toughness, free runner, immune to bleed. Oh, it's not great, but it's more stuff at least. And it should be some of the things is removing trauma. Maybe not. Intelligence. Yep, no.
The appendages. After rummaging through what you have, Terventius pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He splits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth, thinks for a while, and finally concludes.
Curious. You have earned my attention, specimen. Speak quickly.
Are you willing to share some of your creations with me?
Terventius cringes squeamishly and mutters.
The mere thought of you tarnishing them with your filthy hands is revolting, but if it serves to ensure my safety, I will tolerate this obscenity.
Okay, actually some interesting things here. What is this? Prey scanner. Starters prey. The highest number of wounds. Hunt down. Okay. Okay.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The bars of the cage are sturdy enough to stop a tank. The red-haired giant does not stop singing under his breath and does not seem to notice you, intent as he is on his bloody repast. The prisoner looks at you expectantly without stopping his chewing. but his expression shifts subtly, as if his affected crudeness of mind and manner has been replaced by focus and cunning.
Planning on escaping, are you with me?
Why would I be? You are a stranger. How can I trust you? You could be an enemy. Worse, you could be an idiot.
Puff your chest. You are a warrior. Have honor of standing shoulder to shoulder with a true hero of the Imperium.
A true hero? Is that right?
My accomplishments must pale in comparison to yours.
They do, whatever they are. You can be sure of that.
Do you want to slay Xenos with me?
Why didn't you say that at the start? What did you expect? Did you think you would have to set the slaughter under the bloodthirsty killer's nose, and it would rush off to do your bidding?
Are you a coward then? Afraid of coming out of your cage?
When I rip your insolent tongue out of your throat, do not ask why. This is why.
And he gave you to me. Join my party.
Gave? Well, if he gave me to you, step into this cage and take me. You think a filthy blasphemous Xenos could do whatever he pleases with me? Come here, you wretch! You have hidden on the other side of those bars long enough! Come in here and repeat your filthy words so I can kick them back! Fine! You got a rise out of me! And from what I can smell, you did not soil yourself in the process. I respect those with courage. I can work with you. It seems Tervantius is not as clever as he likes to appear if he's letting me out of the cage. The joke is on him. Good steel I have already. But if we are going hunting, I will need my wolf skin.
Who are we? He's 20s. He's 19 levels. Who are we replacing? Who are we replacing? You know what? We're replacing. Activate the switch.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Rob everything that isn't nailed down. At the start of combat, the wearer inflicts 4 bleeding on them. Whenever the wearer performs a melee attack, the attacker they inflict the bleeding on hit. This. Okay, that's actually fairly good.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
He's still increase the range. Gain fellowship. The wearer has 8 or more AP at the start of doing. Okay. Restore 40 wound, heals a trauma. This prism made from black metal is oddly cold. Okay.
Oh, what lies beyond?
Up here, have a look here.
The torture device is locked and sealed. The thick walls of this container were clearly designed to hold something extremely dangerous.
Okay, well, let's go back to the den and we're picking up.
Sings in my veins.
We're picking up Ulfar. I'm thinking of how I should actually set up the party, but the problem right now is too many options. Honestly, too many options. Sake. Fuck it, we're loading. That was when we entered in there. Why I'm doing this? Well, I feel like I should. I want to have it's one mistake when I actually went through it, very much.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Okay. Start with this here. Ulfar, talk.
Singing song. Unless the scar tattoos on his body. The huge. It is clear that captivity has sapped this prisoner of none of his.
I am a wolf. The And why do you want? A predator does not.
For a moment.
To get what you want, you will have to
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Tervantius rushes about the laboratory, snatching up certain tools, vials, and notes. He conceals some of these items inside his own body cavities and destroys the rest.
You're not. Did something happen?
The cult of
One of Tervantius's limbs twitches and strikes blindly. Only Marazhi's reflexes save him from a fatal neck wound, but the Hemunculus makes no further attempts to attack.
You promised me to get out of here.
Tervantius glares at Marazhi.
Why does Tervantius design my death?
But there is more. I hope Kikaros and Sinisthoria are now writhing in horror at the mere thought that their headless subordinates have lost the Kabbalite. It was supposed.
So your original plan would have still had us.
So what's the plan?
The Hemunculus mutters furiously and haughtily.
I should have stopped wasting time on this idiocy long ago. All those pathetic simpletons did was weaken my focus and distract me from my masterpiece. At last, I can devote. If you manage to kill her, run. Sinisthoria will not let such impertinence go unpunished.
After rummaging through what you have, Tervantius pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He splits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth.
I would like the Space Marine.
Tervantius remains silent for a long moment.
A loss of
the
one
limbs behind him click ominously.
Perhaps the genetic subtype. I recommend pain as a means of pacification. And you can take his armor.
After rummaging through what you have, Terventius pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He splits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth, thinks for a while, and finally concludes.
Curious.
Seeing as you are
You
abounding
have earned
the
my attention.
needs of equipment.
The servants are always dragging worthless trifles in here. I have no use for them. Find yourself a club or a sharp stick suited to your abilities. You could try something more advanced, assuming...
The appendages. After rummaging through what you have, Terventius pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He splits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth, thinks
Seeing
for
as
a
you're
while,
abandoned,
and
may I
finally
really share
concludes.
some of your creations?
Terventius cringes squeamishly and mutters.
The mere thought of you tarnishing them with your filthy hands is revolting, but if it serves to ensure my safety, I will tolerate this obscenity.
Okay. Do I still have the spirit stone left? Do I still have the spirit stone left? I think I do, right? Or did they take it this time as well? I think so, yeah. No, we still have it. Okay. We go
There
in
will
here.
be no peace in my wake.
Loot. Loot. Activate it. Come on. And in we go to steal more stuff. Collect. Up to Ulfar.
The red-haired giant does not. The prisoner looks at you expectantly without stopping his chewing.
Gave? Well, if he gave me to you, step into this cage and take me.
Are you a coward then? Afraid of coming out of the cage?
When It's it.
We are moving him, putting him in there. Okay. Astartes Bolter. 20 plus strength. Kick, deal, cost 0 AP and deal additional damage. Space Marine vehicle is decreased by 16. Space Marine melee also applies staggered. Okay. What is this? Whenever hits range weapon within melee range to gain a stack of perplexed. We actually have an Astartes Bolter. Okay, that's interesting. That's the only thing we have, don't we? Yep. You can equip the multi-melta. That one. Actually downgrade. Parry. If the knife kills, to restore 1 AP and can make an additional attack with the knife. Okay, so we're actually going to keep the knife. Can we put anything... Whenever uses combat locus, benefits targets and so on. The wear melee attack is increased. By what? Psi rating. Okay. That's interesting. Enemies within the wear's area of attacks have a minus dodge. Allies gain dodge. Okay, let's sort by type, because this is getting insane. Okay, so 10 gross. Where's agility and fellowship? Whenever the wearer's wound should have decreased to 0. Okay, melee attack by psi rating. Logic. Best advantage. What fucking abilities do you have? That's a fair point. Rolling gun, reveling slaughter, firearms, rapid. Going for the throat. Origin talents. Fuck it, you know what? Always ready. Start with more versatility, ballistic skill, wildfire, brutal, wounded beast. You already have that one. You have dueling mastery. How is your dodge? Your dodge is 70. You know what? Fuck it. We're making it 80. We're pumping up your athletics. Broad expertise, exploit weakness, preferred target, accustomed glory, adaptability, gain a stack of versatility, increased critical chance, arms master, killing an enemy with a melee makes the militant range attack this turn. Okay, yeah. Weapon skill, Shane expert, flame expert, heavy weapon proficiency, melee weapon specialist, melta proficiency, plasma power weapon. You know what? Movement is really important if we're going to build you as kind of a range melee character. That sounded weird. First ability used by an ally. Close quarters training. Arch militants can use two-handed range weapon. Stick. Arch militants critical damage. Critical damage against prone. Awareness. Demolition. Athletics. Medicine. You know what? Athletics. Continue boosting now. Weapon skill. Can use both. Awareness. Exploit weakness. Plus both. Weapon skill. Tenacity. Trusted weapon. Access. You have a knife though. Trusted weapons it is. Reckless. Where is it? Crippling Beast, Discipline, Arch Militant gains a stack of versatility. Okay, yeah. Weapon skill. Athletics. Whenever the Arch Militants attack, have dodged. Adaptability. All out. Where is Heavy Gunner? Focal point. Flash fire. Just heavy gunner. Strength. Strength. Here's the kicker, like a lot of this I don't really know what to go for, honestly. Bolt expert, that is a solid one. Until the end of combat arcs, does not spend MP additionally each. Until the end of combat, arch-militants attacks do not spend all AP. Additionally, each attack grants stacking 5% dodge for 1. Okay, you are now an exemplar. Attention. Congestion. Crushing assault. Deadly aim. Death dealer. Death dealer. Camaraderie. Demolition. The soldier's demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine damage for... yeah. Soldier's second attack in the turn deal 30% more damage. Yeah. Fortress. While full wounds, 10 ballistic, muscle velocity. Breaking point. Damage 3 different soldiers. Okay, yeah. At Corrose. Brutal Hunter. Gloria Cust. Whenever the Arch Militant and their ally uses Heroic Act, Arch Militant gains 1 and 10% damage to all attacks. Critical. I think we're going with that one. Yep. Ballistic skill. Flame weapons. Brutal Hunter. And dash. Corals. Okay, let's go. We are now ready to continue on here, I guess.
What lies beyond?
I'm hoping to see what actually happens now. Bum, 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 bum. Insult of the cult. Prepare to die. Let's see who's actually preparing to die. That's a fair point.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise!
Okay, Grotesque is going first on Tormented Captives. So Abelard is going to be there.
This way! I've suffered worse.
Okay, Heavy Flamer.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
The air is filled with evil whispers.
Emperor's judgment.
Isabella. Blood Ranger.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicate it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Strike is a prayer.
Abelard is taking a beating.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me.
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
That death won't be easy.
My ears are ringing.
Poor predator does not become prey!
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
A genius at work.
Go for the throat. Okay, actually, if there's enemies between, what is it? If there's enemies, the space range charges through them, passes through toughness. Not to go prone. Okay, yeah.
Cubs play.
The stink of scorched flesh fills the air.
Your incompetence knows no bounds.
The wolf is on the hunt.
Come on.
Wolves
The blood freezes in your veins.
ruins out of your bones. None can do better than a warrior of the Allfather.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Another one is shattered.
The already familiar baritone calls out to you from the shadows.
The key unlocks a door that then will lead to one that only happenstance will free. Your chance I'll be, to me the bolts will cede. Your part comes next, to break the bonds and flee. To you, the merchant vagabond, I bring the gift of providence, but will you look?
You helped me more than once already, I'm listening.
Both opening and warning is my boon. Your fate hangs by a thread drawn breaking tight. But with a show of patience opportune, the merchant's certain death will turn to flight. You stride not into battle but a snare of guile and strife, a neatly woven net. Lust's mistress lifts her sword into the air, and baying for your blood her pack does set. So dance a ring around oblivion, await a sign from night's own melody.
Wait
Catch
for a
sight of it,
sign and
and
run
then
into
make
the
haste,
mouth.
be gone.
Understood.
One yawning mouth, one leap, to set you free.
The Xenos lays a finger over the mute lips of his mask and vanishes, as if to convey that your conversation is a great secret known only to the two of you.
I don't like him. Okay, let's loot.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
An unfamiliar monster, even more terrifying than the previous one of the Homunculus's servants, bars your way. Its voice is as dry as death itself.
Master Terventius sent me. The Master wishes for you to send Kikaros on a swift journey to She Who Thirsts. Do not expect a fair fight. This is your execution. However, Kikaros is incapable of adequately assessing whatever she fails to comprehend, and therefore you stand a chance, albeit a negligible one.
Oh, I'm going to ruin her.
Should you survive, do not return here. The wishes will seek revenge, which is why the Master has already left the chasm and found new patrons.
I cannot.
He suggests you do the same. So says the Master.
The monotony and accuracy with which the monster repeats Terventius's words reminds you of the way servitors communicate.
I cannot resist the pleasure of
The
killing you.
monstrosity jerks, bracing itself for your attack, but then something bursts inside its body and its limbs go slack.
The Master has sent me to tell you that he equipped his servant with emergency measures, so that no harm might come to you.
Even as it dies, the monster is unable to stop parroting the words of its treacherous master.
Oh, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. I don't even get the fucking enjoyment of murdering the dipshit. Let's kill Kikaros. You want to witness the great legend as Angina Kimura itself, I give you now. Behold the tale of Cyril the Exile, the succubus dethroned. Cyril was a mighty warrior, called renowned and deadly. Her dance of battle was entrancing perfection of terror, but the time came when audience supplements turned her servants against her and drove her out of the dark city. Come on. He wanted a way savage score. You know what? No, I'm not dealing with that.
To cross us.
Skill Beast Monster, we got Duel here. Ulfar take that one. Abelard, Ulfar take that. Abelard take here. Agatha stays here. You there, Kybella in the middle. Start battle.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Pop that. Okay. Move over to Bolter.
As the
Pop
Emperor
that.
commands, I act.
Pop that.
I'll do it.
And then you walk
through
back.
me. Be the fire in my heart.
Kill Fiend.
I'm not injured. I'm
Ouch!
enraged.
Is that all you've got?
Oh. Oh.
Our
Ah!
existence is so fragile.
So annoying. You in the back there, 400 health. Okay. You know what?
Death comes in silence. The shadows will caught by the web. As the tenants demand.
Current effects. You don't have any. Okay.
Trust me.
Every other hit is ignored. Okay.
Let's see. Oh, a wicked thought.
Tell me, and it is done.
Okay, got that.
Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
Abelard, Abelard, my dear friend.
I will do my duty.
Okay. Now it's your turn. Why isn't he burning in the back? Well, he is going to do that now.
Schemes within schemes.
100 damage. Not bad.
Cubs play. So feel the icy bite of death. I challenge you, damned it.
I've suffered worse. Target well struck.
I bring mercy and retribution. As honor or death. Trust me. I cannot serve you in this way.
Okay, and then you retreat again.
I can do that with the right incentive.
You're burning. You're not burning.
What if?
You've got a problem? I've got a price. You jest, surely. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
Miss again. Okay, that's not good. You know what? You know what? We're
It will
going...
be done.
I'm getting annoyed by you.
Victory is
So,
imminent.
we're going to push you over there together with the other one. Going to
At your
taunt
beck
you
and call.
guys.
Oh, fate flames! Another one.
Okay. That is classified as a weapon or an action. Okay, fair enough. 44. Yeah, why not?
My artistry!
Our foes reek of cowardice. Ha! Die in disgrace.
Okay. Even the monsters of the shore sector of the webway feared her and fled out of her sin. Soon the exile continued in solitude until a great faceless swordsman barred her way. He wished to test her. Come on. Oh, a sliff. Are we getting more than just a sliff, or are we just getting the sliff? We're just getting the sliff.
Run, fools, or fall.
And Argenta is up again, but she suffered. Okay, we're going to have Argenta back then. Do the same kind of move. Actually, put that there. Okay, you're going after Argenta straight away, huh?
I hunger for battle. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! See how the wolf succeeds! Feel the icy bite of death!
Rejoice in battle!
Oh, fuck, I wanted to go one more. Okay.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
You bite like
Ouch.
a pop!
A dance of blades and shadows.
What the fuck?
The storm approaches.
Okay. Is that what we need to do then? Okay.
Let's see. A wicked thought.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Schemes within schemes.
Am I getting paid for this?
Okay.
You've got a problem,
Put
I've
that
got a
there.
price.
Follow my lead.
It's actually kind of interesting to see that
I will do my duty.
the one that is performing the
beck and
best
call.
currently is... You know what?
Victory is imminent. Gray hair, sure hat.
Another one. It's shattered.
Bested by Serargio's hand, the swordsman knelt and recognized her skill. He was no mere mortal, but the god of creation with respect of all things. Flawless, he rewarded her for victory. He offered Serargios a gift, the way to place where she could claim her vengeance. In a forgotten fragment of the byway, she found a lair guarded by ancient beasts of immeasurable flesh. Serial delivered blows upon blows, and yet her strikes could not diminish the creature's body or mute its roar. Did she actually, according to the lore, did she actually fight, Okay, yeah. My first thought was, is that actually, like, her fighting a demon?
Cower before the mind unhinged.
500. Deadly stimulant. This creature loses wound per turn for each level of chemical frenzy. Okay. No.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Okay.
The wolf is on the hunt. Face ruin! I challenge you, damn get.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Why can't I? Strength. Yeah, it's the one that actually hurts us the most, huh?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
A tactically sound approach.
And we're just going to
Indeed.
taunt you. So Abelard is the main
I will do
focus. Okay. And just hit him.
An exemplary strike.
Okay. Apply burning on you. 26. Fuck everything again. Okay.
Don't get too cocky.
Apply burning on you.
Sounds become unbearably loud.
And
A wicked thought. Fate flames! Another one.
the beast of immeasurable flesh fell for the infinite. Of the beginning was no match for the needles of Cerilia's focused will. She ran through the beast, pierced its heart, and ripped it free. The heart was black crystal of Sekai. The bestower of power. Okay, what? Come on. With weak aim in the hand, Celia returned to Gamora and brought down those who served and later betrayed her. She came to the threshold of the arena and shouted the name of her apprentice, the one who had once dethroned her. Okay. Yes. And her apprentice did this. Succubus Sinostora answered and challenged, descended the steps. And kill her. To execute.
Curious creatures. I wish to
They're now
dissect you.
here.
Give me, monkey.
What is that? Range stance, this character. Ulfa there. Fella here. Byrax here. Abelard here. Genta here. Jay can go there.
Skytia! My Keramite hide is strong!
Ouch.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed!
As honor ordains.
Buried it?
The
Okay, fair
shadows
enough.
will see it done.
Okay.
As honor ordains. Malice drives me.
A born predator does not become prey!
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
We can't hit him here. You know what? We're going to do that.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
You call this a strike?
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Kick Rose is there, 800.
What if?
You pay for this in blood.
A wicked thought.
You will pay for this in blood.
And increase the resolve. Who is next on turn? Okay, so
Tell
you
me,
were
and
actually
it is
next
done.
on turn. So we're increasing resolve on you. And you know what?
Don't get too cocky.
Bang bang you. Yep.
Woe to you.
Oh, a genius at work.
You the real pain.
Let's see.
We are starting to stack fires a lot higher, and that is good.
A wicked thought. Let's see.
18 stack on fire for you.
None can do this. Feel the icy bite of death!
Your last stroke of luck.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. At your beck and call.
You call this a strike?
Shadowing protection. Okay, yes. We like that. You do that.
I am your blade and shield. Trust me. As honor ordains.
Cabela is not pulling her weight right now.
Pain is all.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
You watch it, you rusting, stinking sons of trolls!
Hey,
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do
come
it.
on, 6%. Missed.
Pain.
Woe to you. Stroke of luck.
The one is shattered. A maelstrom of madness! Fate claims another one.
Okay, that was nasty. That was really nasty, and I love it.
Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive.
Let's see. I can't lose. Taint cleanses the body.
Ouch.
Bite like a pop.
Almost killed you, huh?
I need your interest, Emperor.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed.
No, we do.
My instincts tell me to refuse.
So, let me do that.
I will carve runes out of your bones. Wolves reign.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
So it shall be.
They will lay on the ground and be happy about it. Okay, we go
Tried and
here
tested tactics are the best ones. It
and
will be done.
charge in.
At your beck and call.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
Is that all you've got?
Death comes in silence.
Yeah.
Undying Emperor whispers his will.
Let your soul be purged.
I'll return the pain tenfold. Caught by the web.
Let your soul be purged.
I'll return the pain tenfold. Your skill is lacking.
The shadows will see it done.
Caught by the web.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Me, my merchant. Me, my merchant.
I can hear her whisper. Curiosity sings
Okay.
in my veins.
Let's leave. Oh. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I think it's time for us to call it here today. I will not be back tomorrow. Look, it's almost past 1 o'clock already. Catalysm, Grievous Wound, Firebrand. If an extra turn is given, the character's abilities and talents grant movement speed. Target gains 4 movement speed. If the AP, the target gains 1 AP plus AP. Okay. Stoppable. I'm going to sit here and actually read up on this. So we are going to save here. Uh, 24 stream. And that is actually going to be it for me tonight. It's almost 1 o'clock here for me, so yes. I want to wish you everyone a good night. I will not be back tomorrow. We're back on Sunday like usual, and yeah. If you actually liked what you saw and you stuck around until the end, thank you. And yeah, hope I see you again. Good night.